I'll introduce and then we'll go.
Hmm.
Let me check. Did it start? Let's wait for 1 minute. I think it should start. I think it is live. I'm not sure. Just let me. Yes, it is live. So, hey all, good morning. Thank you so much for joining this Saturday morning for our monthly event. And we B.net and .net Learners House, we are collaborating for the monthly events. And today's event is to discuss about the DevOps, CI/CD, and this Chaos Studio. So you can see that first Mohit will be speaking, then the CI/CD. Let me first introduce our all the speakers, and we can go. We have a set of speakers. One is Mohit, and the second one is Apar Sharma, and Nikhil Grover, and Saurav Garg. Mohit, it's all yours, Mohit. So we'll
Thanks,
be in the
Swami.
backstage. Yeah. Could you please share
Sure,
your screen?
sure, I will. Thanks, Swami, for the introduction. Let me share my screen and then we will start. Mm, Give me a second, guys. StreamYard, share screen. I hope you're able to see my screen.
Yep, I've added it. I'll be in the backstage. Give me a shout if you need anything.
For sure.
Thanks.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Swami, for organizing this session, and thank you for all the speakers as well for making this happen. But a very special thanks to all the attendees who have woken up on a Saturday morning to attend these kind of sessions. That basically means that you are one of the two champions in the community who want to learn. And you are motivated to take your career to next level, and that's what we value in the community as well, that people who are enthusiasts to learn something new and then bring something on the table when they are in a company or when they are working in a startup or having their own firm. So it's very good that you are joining this session. Thanks, everyone. Also, a special thanks to all the speakers because my sessions were so originally scheduled for 1 p.m. and I have to move this session into early morning in 10 because I have another session at the same time with another community. So I really appreciate all the other speakers as well that they have to reschedule these sessions. And just in case, if you have joined to make sure that you don't want to attend my session and you have joined to attend someone else's session, please skip this session and then join after half an hour. So I will be done in half an hour. So today I'm going to talk about avoiding chaos in production with Azure Chaos Studio. Before we go on to that, let me give you a quick introduction about myself. So my name is Mohit Chawla. I'm a cloud operations architect. I work for a company called Configured GmbH. It's in Germany, and I also blog on a site called AzureGuy.in. Also, I'm a Microsoft MVP for last 4.5 years now. Mostly my contributions are in the field of Azure. So anything and everything related to Azure is my bread and butter. I've been working with Azure since almost a decade now. So I was one of the early adopters of Azure, and since then it's been a love at first sight when I started working on it, and this love journey has been continuing since then. And without further ado, let me start talking about the topic for the today. Mm, so before I go into the actual issue, let me explain it to you the why part. So that whenever we are looking into in a new technology, we look into few issues like a why do we need that technology? Why do we need that service? Why do we need that effort that we are putting in? Second is then what? And then we discover how. So let me tell you the why part first. That's the most crucial part to identify what's the program that you are solving. So why we are looking into this chaos studio? What is chaos studio? We are going to come on to the what and how part. But let's talk about why. How many of you have been in this similar situation that you have developed something in dev, and when you put it on production, it just doesn't work? I think all of us, we have been there, right? And that's the concept we have been trying to solve with DevOps. And in the later sessions of the day, we'll be running about DevOps pipelines and stuff. So you will know that how we can bridge that gap between the development and ops team. However, what we can do is in this kind of scenario, let's there is another type of engineering that we are going to talk about today, and that's called chaos engineering. I'm going to come to the actual definitions of it, but the idea behind this is to bridge that gap a little bit further to make sure that there are no surprises in production. When you are running your sites on production, there are no last minute surprises, and then the the applications are running 24 by 7. We are in a situation right now that we cannot afford to have a downtime. I remember back in days we were in a situation when we were deploying sites. We used to have a big banner saying site under maintenance, will be back in the morning. So we had these sites down for like full days or something. uh, that's no longer the case. We cannot afford to do that. Imagine uh, Amazon doing the same for their e-commerce platform. How much loss they will incur, like millions or billions of dollars, right? So that's the idea. The whole idea is that to make sure that we are up and running 24 by 7. But how can we make sure that we are up and running 24 by 7? That's a crucial question, because from your point of view, you look at the happy day part and the worst case scenario. But how can you simulate those worst case scenario to make sure that it makes sense in production as well? So that's what we're gonna look into today. Um, I'm a Microsoft guy. I've been working with Microsoft technologies throughout my career, but there is a one very good quote from Berners. He's the CTO of Amazon, and I love this quote, and that's one of the reasons I put in over here. Failures are given, and everything eventually will fail over time. So if something can go wrong, it will go wrong. It's just a matter of time. The only thing you can do is to prepare well on those failure events, to prepare well to fail. It's if you think that nothing will happen in production, it will always be a sunny day, it will always be a happy path. That's not gonna happen. You are living under a myth. Trust me. I've been I've been hosting a lot of SaaS-based softwares online, and I'm responsible for the SLAs right now. So my multiple customers have a contract with me where I provide them 99.5% availability. That basically means I can only have a downtime slash maintenance, whatever, for 3 hours and 48 minutes every month, and that's too less, but it's a lot. If you basically think in terms of the business opportunity that we lose in that 3.5 hours, it's a lot of time. And I'm happy to say that if I'm taking care of the best practices, I'm able to deliver all this SLAs for sure. But in most of the cases that I've been working with, or my team has been working with, we are able to deliver almost 100% every single month, month after month after month after month. But how does that happen? That basically happens when you have discipline and when you have planning. And how do you plan that? The planning is very important to make sure that you deliver these kind of consistency in your performance. And in the planning phase itself, we are going to use something called chaos engineering. So how do you build? confidence. So you basically build confidence via testing. What is confidence? Confidence basically means that when you're putting anything to production, that will run. There would be no surprises when you move anything to production, during the production or after the production. So there are two kinds of things that we are doing in testing. One is testing of individual components. So if you have microservice architecture, or if you have different components taking care of um, the whole overall ecosystem or overall environments, you make sure that, let's say, your CRM is working fine, your application is working fine, your SharePoint is working fine. But individually, you can test them, but you also basically test the integrations between them, that okay, the integrations are working fine, they're able to communicate with each other or not. So these have been a traditional approach throughout, but we have seen in the past, we have enough data now to tell you that it is not enough. It is not enough. Because you might have your applications up and running all the time, but there is another component that is underneath the application, that is the infrastructure. This infrastructure is something which is responsible for holding your application together. If you're running in a Kubernetes setup, then you have to make sure that you have n number of pods available at any point of time. Otherwise, if you do not have enough compute in or enough memory, enough resources for your servers, and you have more requests, then what will happen? Your sites will go down. I think some of you will be able to relate to the next example, that when I was in university or school, at especially school, at that time, whenever the school results used to come out, what used to happen was the whole site used to crash. Even in my university, that used to happen. Like the whole site crashes, and for the rest of the year no one used to go into those site. Only for the day, specific day when the results come out, uh, do we get lot of requests on those servers, and the whole sites just crashes. And this has been a constant pain, and Azure or any other cloud providers is solving that. But that you can auto scale, um, but it's not just about auto scaling. It's about when you're not able to auto scale. It's about when you're already running instances goes down. It's about having a fault which you haven't predicted in your application. Then how will you react? How will you manage? How will you make sure that the SLAs that you have in your contract are maintained? So you have to think from the other point of view. You have to look at this program from a different perspective to solve this completely end to end from a 360-degree point of view. So I I from in my first company, and most of the speakers right now are from the same company. They are from a company called AIS. In my first company, AIS, I was working with the CTO of the company at that point of time, and we looked into this chaos markets, and I became a fan. This was like back in 2013 or 2014. It's been quite some time, if you ask me. That Netflix came out with the chaos monkey. It's a very simple but very effective approach that Netflix has came out. So this was the idea was very simple. Like the name suggests, chaos monkey. So these monkeys that you see, right? They go and then they try to destroy things here and there. But you see that if your overall structure remains intact, if you are able to restore your servers effectively, if you are able to make sure that the services aren't hampering, or even if they're hampering, how quickly you can turn back things to normal. Uh, so what this chaos monkey used to do is go in and turn off some virtual machine, turn off some components, change the network settings, change the switch, like unattach the network configurations, network components, uh, put a lot of memory load on specific servers to make sure that those servers goes down, all sort of different components. But the idea is that you do chaos engineering with this kind of tools. What is chaos engineering? Chaos engineering is basically a discipline, I would say. It's a basically a discipline of working in a distributed system to make sure that you have always up and running system even in the most turbulent conditions. What does it mean? It sounds fancy. I've copied this definition from principles of chaos.org. But what does it mean? It sounds too much. Uh, Let me simplify that for you. We basically means that go in, destroy stuff, and make sure that even in the worst case scenarios, if everything is falling apart, you hold your ground together and you get things done. Simple. Nothing fancy, very simple. That if things go south, how will you react? It's just chaos engineering. I was looking into the one of the seminars from Hotstar actually, and those guys have very interesting insights. They were sharing about I think it was World Cup when Dhoni got out. I think it was last World Cup if I'm not wrong. So they had a very good insights that the moment someone goes out, they have a big dip on the watching live watching because Hotstar is giving you live cricket matches, right? So you can imagine the kind of load those servers are getting, and the moment if someone goes out, someone like Kohli, Dhoni, these kind of people who has a huge fan following in the country, right? If they goes out, the spikes goes from this to this. There is a sudden drop in the watching. All of a sudden, millions of people log off. Like I am a 90s kid, and so will a lot of the people watching it right now. We remember what Sachin used to do in the stadium, right? The moment he goes out, the crowd goes silent. People shut down their TVs. Now people will shut down their site, so they will not watch it any longer, right? So imagine the kind of load it shreds all of a sudden. Now all of a sudden, imagine we are in the last over. In the last over, all of a sudden, we are getting spikes. It's a very close match. Last over, 1 over 10 runs. It can go either way. Now, what will happen? There would be sudden spikes on the server. We will get millions and millions of users on the server instantly. But are we ready for it? What does it mean? If there is a delay of 20 seconds in spinning up new instances, we will lose those customers. Will they ever come back to our site? No, because the essence of watching something live is very different than watching something 1 minute later. Because in a critical situation like a live cricket match, which is in a vast over, crucial, it can swing either way. I don't want to wait for 1 minute. That's what I'm paying the subscription fees for, to make sure that I get the quickest updates on my system, on my mobile, on my laptop, to make sure that I can focus on every ball as soon as possible. And I basically get the result of that ball almost immediately. But if there's a delay or if I'm not able to access that site, I will first go in. My stuff, I will go in. I don't care what those engineers are working or how much difficulties they face or did during this time. But I will go in and cancel my subscription. And I think most of you will as well because you will get frustrated. But from an engineering point of view, we being engineers, how we can resolve this issue is to make sure that we have stress testing, but also fault tolerance to make sure that if a fault happens, how quickly we can recover for it and how do we recover for it. And that's the idea we have with chaos engineering. To create chaos, to put um, so much of abruptness, anomalies in the systems that you do not predict in a normal happy day scenario, but in a in a setup like this, you have to make sure that if and when the chaos happens, you survive it with full pride, with full grace. That's the idea behind chaos engineering. And if you still have doubts, I will be open for questions on chaos engineering. So we look into the why part and we look into the what part. But let's go into the how part now. So the idea is very simple, right? Create chaos. That's what all we love, right? I think I do as well, and some of you will love to do it as well. I am an architect, so my job is to make sure that we are building components. But now it's my time to destroy different components that we have put together. Um, as an architect, it's fun, and but as an engineer, it's even better. So the idea over here is that you start creating chaos. But how do you start that? You basically start small. What does that mean? So if you have big environments, you will not go in and on the day one will try to delete everything, disconnect the database, put a lot of pressure on database, delete the virtual machine or whatever, right? The idea is to start small, as simple as putting a lot of load on a specific server or shutting down a server, and then you increase gradually. Take step by step process to identify a how greasy you can feel, and b how what is the weakest link in the whole overall ecosystem that you have. It's not just the specific server that can go down. All uh, it can be all environment which can take an effect. So you have to see what is the weakest link in the overall ecosystem. Something goes wrong. Correct. And that's the end of the slides. So, what we are going to look into today? I just talked about chaos engineering. I thought that would be enough. No? Okay. So, today we are going to talk about a specific service that Microsoft has came out with recently. Actually, I think it was Ignite last year, maybe in November or December. I think it was in November that they came out with something called Azure Chaos Studio. What is Azure Chaos Studio? So Azure Chaos Studio is a service. It's a tool given by Microsoft to perform all the actions that we are just talking about. So it's been long pending. Um, it's still in preview. As I talked about, I looked into this Chaos Studio back in 2014, and because there was nothing available on Azure at that point of time, let me tell you this: Azure Chaos Studio, there was no services like that. So what we did, we developed a lot of PowerShell scripts to simulate those kind of scenarios. But even in that way, it wasn't perfect, I would say. So, um, it could have been better. Like if I look back now and I see that okay, what there any room of improvement, I would say 20. But that's what Azure Chaos Studio is doing right now. They are giving you out of the box solution to simulate those scenarios. So let's have a look enough of Kyan, and let's have some look into the actual components. So I am not on my regular computer, so my typing skills might differ right now, but I hope you will be able to be here with me.
Mohit, are you sharing anything? Mohit,
Yes, I am.
your screen
Uh,
is totally blank, black.
my screen is totally black. Thanks for sharing. Let me share it again. Can you see my screen?
Yep, added to the stream.
Perfect. So we have this new component called Azure Chaos Studio. It's a out of the box solution. It's still in preview. So I don't recommend you to use it in your production scenarios. My current evaluation of all this is that it's still in the beta phase and it's not ready yet. It needs improvement, but it's a right step in the right direction for sure. Um, for now, let's look into this. So there are two things. First is you have to enable your targets. What are the different components that you're going to use, and you have to enable those targets to work on an experiment. What is a target and what is experiment? Target is basically something that is a resource in your Azure services that you want to deal with. Like it can be a Azure server, it can be Cosmos DB, it can be it. Right now, App Services is not supported as far as I know, but it will be supported shortly. But then it will be App Services as well, and so on and so forth. So if you see, I have different. I have different virtual machines right now. So if I say, if I select this, I have options. And here I have two options. Enable service direct target and enable agent based target. What are these two options? The name suggests that it's a service direct target. For example, it gives you capability of all the capabilities that you basically get in the portal out of the box. For example, restarting a VM, stopping a VM, starting a VM, and all sort of those stuff. But a agent-based target is something that has to go inside a virtual machine to simulate some scenarios. It can be putting a lot of memory consumption, or it can be a lot of CPU load, or whatever, right? Those kind of scenarios where you have to go inside a virtual machine to uh, put a target. So this whole demo is gonna act like a cookery show. If you have been to a cookery show, you see that okay. Um, that you see I'm baking a cake, and few seconds later you book out another cake and show it to the users that this is the cake that we were baking, so that we don't have to wait for a couple of hours to complete that. So this demo is gonna go into a similar manner. um, I'm gonna click on these, but it takes some time to do this deployment and do this settings on the server. So we cannot wait for that long, but let me give you a high level ideas on what and how do you do stuff. Let me go back. So a deployment is underway right now, if you can see, but I am also installing an agent. This what it will do is it will go in and install a particular agent on those virtual machine, on those VM or a skill set, and then uh, it will put default tolerance onto those systems. So just to make sure that you have to create an identity. I have already created an identity. If you do not know what is an identity, it's a managed identity that gives access uh, to a particular environment or particular system that you create. It's if you're from coming from an on-premises world, the you can look at it as a service account that you are using. So we have an option of putting all the data from this fault tolerance execution into the application site. For this demo, I'm not going to use it. So I am enabling it. So it's going to take some time before these deployments are completed. So I will let it run. This deployment is completed, but the agent-based deployment takes some time. So gonna run it and move to the another options, because I think we are running out of time as well. Um, so let me. The deployment has failed. We can have a look why it's failed. Let me put it somewhere in ECUS itself. The important part is this designer right now. This is where you introduce all the faults and you introduce all the anomalies onto the systems. So you can have multiple steps and then you can have multiple branches. What is a branch? Branch is basically that all these branches in one step will execute simultaneously. What does that mean? That basically means that if you're introducing a fault onto a virtual machine, at the time you can also introduce a fault in your app services or in your Cosmos DB at the same time. So these things will happen simultaneously to make sure that you are able to simulate different scenarios at the same time. So you can have different branches. These different branches can have different actions. So for this demo, I'm gonna keep it very simple and put a fault. So if you see from the list, there are plenty of faults which is supported by default. It also includes VM shutdown. It includes all the AKS stuff. If you are working on AKS, then it create network chaos, input output chaos, pod stress, HTTP chaos, DNS chaos, Redis chaos. It basically reboots Redis, putting a lot of CPU pressure, putting a lot of memory pressure, disk pressure, stopping a specific services, killing a process, this network disconnect. So you can imagine there are n number of scenarios that you can create within this experiment itself. Just for this demo, we are gonna use VM shutdown, and for how long we want to shut it down is let me move this back. Okay, for let's say 2 minutes. Is it going to be abrupt shutdown, not a graceful one? And I can use this VM. Before this deployment's complete, which they did. Did I create this properly? No, I didn't create this. Mhm. Yes, I created this. Now, if I run this experiment, what's happening behind the scene is it's trying to do all the steps that I'm putting in. It's failing right now, but let's have a look. It does not have insufficient permission. So, okay, that's simple. So you have to go in and give enough permission. So if I go back and show you this to quickly wrap it up, I have given permission to this one. It's very simple. You go to access box and then give permission. So it will go in and we start the server. Now, if you have multiple branches that you want to see that what's happening on different branches, that you can see it over here. But the idea is very, very simple that you go in and create chaos and then you identify how your systems are failing or how you're handling it. So you're introducing fault to make sure that your systems are sustainable and maintainable and runnable in a not only a DADR scenario, but also a scenario where you have high level of faults introduced. Um, it's gonna take few minutes, but I'm already 3 minutes over it, so you can see how does it look like um, from the previous demo. So it basically it goes to that virtual machine and then shut it down abruptly. Somewhere you can put more load on the system, more CPU, memory load, disk load, IO load, whatever. All those scenarios are possible. So you can identify what are the list of the issues that you can have in your system and then work accordingly. So it's it's basically depends on you how descriptive you want to create your chaos experiments. For this demo, we are just keeping it to a very simple virtual machine restart. But it's up to you. How do you want to design it in your production system? How does it make sense to your overall setup? So that takes me to the end of session. Thank you everyone for attending and passing on back to Swami.
Hey, Mohit, that was wonderful demo, and really appreciate your time joining us. As you mentioned, uh, this group, whatever we are, the group of speakers today, everyone belong to the same company. Sometimes I feel like we are doing a team meeting online now. Okay.
So it's
uh,
good for me to join back then.
yeah, I know. Cool. I really appreciate your time, Mohit, and thanks. I still remember 2014, where you first introduced me to this community service and the speaking event. You and Prakash Tripathi, you guys gave me the first opportunity to my speaking event back in 2014, and
And
thanks
look
for
at
that.
you now. You're all over the place. Every different community, every different events, you are just everywhere.
Yeah,
So that's your
I
hard work and love for the community, Swami, that you've been
yeah,
doing so many events. And thank you for organizing this one as well.
I look forward for more speaking sessions from you, Mohit.
For
Anytime
sure.
you have few minutes, please give me a shout and we'll organize one.
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Mohit.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I will
Hey
take a
guys.
leave. Thanks, everyone.
Yep. Have a good rest of the day, Mohit. So, guys, that was Mohit Chabra. Is my guru. First, he introduced me to the speaking event back in 2014, and now let me introduce the set of speakers who will be working on this CICD. A totally, fully action-packed next 3 hours. Grab your coffee or snacks or whatever you want. You will not get any time. Okay. Okay. So Apar, Nikhil, and Saurav, you guys can introduce yourself. Then we'll go to the session.
Yeah, sure. Hey, good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining this session. So, my name is Apar Sharma, and I've been working as a DevOps engineer for almost 2 years now. And I'm happy to help you learn anything new today. And even out of this session, if you want to reach out to me, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn or Twitter. And I would always be happy to help you guys. And if you want me to learn something, I will also appreciate that as well. Just reach out to me with the suggestions.
That's wonderful. Nikhil?
Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks for joining. So I am Nikhil. I've been working as a software developer in AIS for last 2 years. So today I will be showcasing you infrastructure as a code. So it will be like a fun. So yeah,
I
that's it.
second. I second that for sure. I would say that total 3 hours will be fun, fully
Total 3
action
hours.
packed.
Yeah.
3 hours, totally 3 hours will be action packed episode for sure. They will see the entire software life cycle and then entire project getting deployed in front of their eyes from 0 to 60 in 10 seconds or something like that. Okay, so
Yes.
Saurav, could you please introduce yourself?
Hi, good morning, everyone. So my name is Saurabh. I'm also working as a software developer at AIS, and today I will be teaching you regarding the Azure and Azure boards, giving you a brief overview. And if anyone wants to reach me personally, you can reach me using LinkedIn or Twitter. I'll appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So I'll take quick minute and hand off to Saurav. I mean, this session, the entire session will be like four pair programmers sitting and doing it. It's that will be the mode of this. All the time you will see four of us on the screen staying together, and one by one we will share our screen. That's only switch. It's like a real time four pair programmers doing a project. That will be that. Okay, the keep this handy um, for the demo script. Whatever we are doing, it will be helpful for you to people. And also, particularly today's all the speaking events, coding, and the demo script will be available in this folder. And this is the demo script for today's event. We'll update it. Some of the things which was we updated. So please fasten your seatbelt. You're about to board an express train. You already boarded it. So this is how it goes. First, Saurav will start. I mean, it's a discussion between four of us. He will be talking about epics, features, user stories, tasks, bugs, sprint planning, capacity planning, boards, backlogs, burn down, sprint refinement, sprint retrospective, daily scrum, story pointing, t-shirt sizing, poker planning, retrospective boards. Okay, then next 10 minutes we'll demo how we deploy, create and deploy things manually, and what will happen if we do this. And then we'll go through the PR process, how the PR process will be there. So this will be shown by Apar and Nikhil. So this I will be doing it. This is Saurav Garg. I mean, these are the primary guys who will be responsible, but others will always be there and pitching in and out. And this the third step will be done by Apar and Nikhil exclusively. And thanks, Apar, for this wonderful architecture diagram. I really liked it a lot. This shows the true picture. You'll be seeing everything being done in front of your eyes live. And infrastructure as a code, Nikhil will do 1 to 6 and 7 to 11. Apar will talk. And build pipeline, I'll be speaking on the build pipeline, the classic build pipeline, the YAML build pipeline, the gated continuous integration artifacts. I mean, this will be the mix of some portion we'll discuss here, some portion we'll discuss here, but that's the way we organized it. And the release pipeline is totally Apar will be speaking, but we will be switching uh, between all of us. Okay, so without any further delay, I will stop my screen share. And Saurav, do you want to share your screen? We'll get going. I'll flash it.
Sure.
Thanks.
Are you able to
That's
see?
cool. Yes.
Yep. So, good morning, everyone. And today I will be giving you overview regarding the Azure boards. So, what is the purpose of the boards? So, it enables you to plan, track, and discuss your work across your team. And it contains various components. Like first one is this work item. So, in this work item, we store the items that we're working on, specific what is it, with their description and how much time we should allocate each work item. So there are various categories of work item. So let me tell you one by one. So the first one is epic. So as you can see, so what is the epic? So epic is used to group work under a large scenario. It also represents the business initiative to be accomplished. And inside this epic, we there is a uh, work item called feature. And what this feature tells, it is a service that fulfills the stakeholder needs. It is also called as a shippable software component. And inside this feature, we can see a user story. So this is the most important work item. And it tells us the set of tasks which we need to perform. And if we go inside this story, we can see it contains uh, it tells us the assigned part to whom this story has been assigned, the person who will be working on this story. Then comes a description, and the description, it tells what this story is all about. And then there is a acceptance criteria, which needs to be met to mark this story as resolved and then closed. And so, how do we know that the story is closed? There is a state associated to a user story. So let me show this. So there are stages like new, active, resolved, close, and removed. So whenever a new story is created, it usually in a new state. And when a person is working on this story, it gets moved to the active state. And when most of the testing part is done, it can be moved to a resolved state. And when all the acceptance testing has been done, we can close the story. So these are the states that are mostly used. And then we come to the story points. So what is the story point? So story point is a like effort or a estimate which tells us how much time we need to give to this story. So we can give it like a 1 2 story point. So one story point doesn't mean it needs to be worked on in 1 hour. It depends on the use case. So one story point can be considered as 2 hours, 3 hours, or it can be considered as a week. It depends on the business need. And then comes the priority. So priority tells us the how much important is this story. And then comes the risk, which tells us the uh, uh, risk associated to this story. And
Saurav, apart Nikhil, a small point of discussion here. So generally, when we do a story pointing, we we focus on three things: the complexity of the story, the volume of amount which goes into the story, and uncertainty. So generally, some of the teams they say that one story point is 6 hours or 6.5 hours. Some of them will take 1.5 days. So, Appa, do you have any other points or views on this?
Yep, I agree. And I have seen in certain organizations that certain organizations don't like to correspond the story points to a certain amount of hours. What they say is, let's just correspond it to the amount of work it needs. And so there is a concept, they call it t-shirt sizing.
Right.
So what we are told is, hey, do you think is it a medium, small, large, extra large? So again, sprint is adaptable, or agile is adaptable to how your organization wants to work.
Mhm.
You don't have to strictly follow something, because in let me give an example. In certain projects like infrastructure, it is very difficult to correspond a particular task to number of hours. In that, because there's a lot of uncertainty, you need to do some requirement gathering, you are dependent on the developers and their needs. So in that, we just estimate that, hey, this looks like an extra large amount of work, this looks like a medium amount of work. So
Yeah, that is how we, Nikhil and I, we will be on the same lines. We'll say that we will categorize based on the amount of work it goes into that, as well as the amount of uncertainty. If uncertainty is more, we'll push it towards the higher T-shirt sizing. That means we don't know. There are some other areas which are gray. So back to you, Saurav. Thanks.
thank you, Swami. Thank you, Apar. So as they were discussing about the t-shirt sizing, let me show you that too. So we can assign these story points according to the t-shirt sizing. So as you can see, there are these four levels like the small, medium, large, XL. So it depends on the like the business unit how they want uh, these story points to be associated. So my I usually like that the story should be of minimum size so that it can be completed within that time period. So, and now let's come to this area which tells us the which story the story belongs to which project. And then this is the iteration which tells us the story is belonging to which sprint. So we'll coming to the sprint next onwards. And now let's come to the task. So within this user story, we have a work item called task. So let me open. This is the sample stories for now. Yeah. So as you can see, this is a task, and if you open this task, yeah. So it contains the effort. So effort, you can see, it tells us the original estimate for the task to be completed, and the number of hours which has been completed, and the remaining hours which are left. So this is task. This is a subunit of a story point, you can say. And then there is also a bug.
Saurabh?
Yes.
So on the task, Saurabh, one quick discussion. Apar and Nikhil pitch in as and when you feel. Please add something if I miss. So generally, according to Scrum, I'm a certified Scrum Master since 2012, and from 2019 I'm Safe Agile certified too. But this is my way when I'm leading as a Scrum Master. What I do is I will be very comfortable to see a task which is less than or equal to 6.5 hours. Nikhil, you can pitch in whenever you want. Feel free to pitch in,
Sure.
and and also any user stories. We will be very comfortable to make the user stories, or if it is a large, break it into such that it is not more than 5 story points. Like if you feel that it is 8 story pointer, make it into 5 comma 3, like two, part one and part two, or make it some kind of logical thing, so that when, if at all you work in a team where the sprint is of 10 days, that means if you say that your user story is 13 story pointer, and we'll assume that each story point represents 1.6 hours, that means it is more than 10 days of work. That means for sure shot, if we are taking that user story in this sprint, that means it's not going to complete in this sprint. That means we are preparing for failure. Okay, we know that we are not going to complete, but still we are taking it. It's like preparing for failure. So what we generally would like to do is break it, like break it into 3 comma 3 comma 3 comma 3, like 4 user stories. 3 you can put it here in this sprints, 1 you can pile up in the next sprint. So and one point, another dimension is like if you take any user story, it will be easy, or it will be good from the velocity point of view, like how much work you have completed. Okay, at least 5 you have completed. And the task also, we would like to be less than or 6 hours, so that it can be completed. Suppose if I'm picking a task this morning, by the end of today I should be able to either close it, or if I'm hit with any roadblock, or there is a technical challenge due to which I'm not able to complete, but at least I know that sure shot I'm going to complete it tomorrow, or I will give a shout that I need a help. Any other things to add, Nikhil and Apar?
No, Swami Garu, but I have a question. So let's say we start up a sprint, and
Hmm.
during the initial estimation, we thought that this work will be a medium amount of work.
Right.
And in between the sprint, some revelation happens, and now we think that this is not a medium work, it's an extra large work. So can these alterations happen in between an active sprint, or does this have to defer to the start of new sprint now?
Oh, good question. So generally, what we do is like a story has been assigned to Nikhil. We said that's a 3 story pointer, and after 3 days of work, Nikhil comes back to the team Scrum and says that there is a blocker, or there's a dependency. We were expecting one of the method to be completed, or an API call, and the API doesn't exist. So, or some other experiment has to be done before moving further. There is a tech challenge or that kind of thing. So in that case, two things can be done. Suppose if that cannot be processed in this sprint because another person has to give us an API, or there is a tech spike. So what generally we do is either we put it as a block in this sprint and take it in the next sprint once the API is ready. That one way to handle it. Or suppose there is a tech challenge, we put it as a tech spike for 1 or 2 days. So Nikhil will quickly create a new user story. He will do a technical feasibility study and comes back to the Scrum and says that, hey, this is the tech spike I took it, and we can move further, and he can create a part two of the user story. We can make it a logical closure. Either put it in a block or do a tech spike for quick 2 to 3 days, do a quick experiment and come back. Or if the scope gets increased due to we missed something, we forgot to analyze or we forgot to unearth, but something got unearthed late in the game, still we can make this as a logical closure or extend extend the new user story. That's what we used to do.
Thanks.
Apache.
That answers my question. Thank you so
And
much.
also, one
Yeah.
thing to add. So let's say there is only minor changes which need to be done in the sprint. So as a developer, if sprint is of like 10 days, so a developer can accommodate 10 story points. But what developer used to do, they only take 8 story points. Like if there are many changes,
Correct.
developer can accommodate that 1 or 2 story point in that sprint.
Exactly. Nikhil and I, we religiously do this all the time. We will block ourselves for 8 story points. I mean, 8 days work we will add it. 2 days we will leave it for eventualities. Maybe there is a tech challenge, or on Fridays mostly we tend to fall sick exactly on Fridays or on Mondays. So just to avoid that, and also most of the Scrum Master, they will not be comfortable if their team members block themselves for entire 10 days. That means what is happening is if Saurav blocks himself for 10 days, I'll not be able to use him for any other thing where I need it in my agility. Or there is a tech spike. Whom should I assign? Apar, Saurav, Swami, and Nikhil, everybody has occupied themselves for 10 days. Now there is, which is this is pretty urgent to do this tech spike, but no one is there. So generally, Scrum Master, they will suggest that block yourself 80%, leave 20%, 15 to 10 to 20% for the eventualities, or they will be able to use it. And at the end of the sprint, if you are completing 8 story pointers and still your plate is empty, you can grab something little early. And Ashwin, see what I was talking. That's what we were speaking about, Ashwin. The T-shirt sizing. See, the T-shirt sizing is the amount of work which goes in, and also the amount of uncertainty. Okay, two things and multiple things will come. The amount of work which goes in, and also the complexity. First point is amount of work. Second point is the complexity. Third point is the amount of uncertainty. So when are you saying that, when you say that a user story is Excel, that means it could be huge amount of work, or it could be the complexity is too much, or it could be some of the areas are gray areas. You don't know what it is. So those kind of things which are Excel, let's assume that it is 8 story pointer, 8 story pointer or the t-shirt sizing which is large. That means in 10 days sprint, very likely that it might spill over to the next sprint because of uncertainty or because of the complexity. Amount of work, people can stretch 1 or 2 hours a day and they can finish it off. That's not a problem. It's manageable. The thing is that if there is a complexity, maybe because of the algorithm or the number of calls, whatever it is, it's a complexity that gives a opportunity that this story might spill over to the next sprint, which Scrum Master doesn't want it. And the uncertainty. Apar asked one question: what if we unearth something, the story can't be completed? So that's like we know that we are preparing for failure and we are achieving it. So better if at all a story which is large or extra large due to complexity or due to uncertainty, better to break it into 2 user stories of medium or 3 user stories of medium, and do a text spike, get more clarity, isn't it? If it is a complexity or if it is uncertainty is more, then do a quick 1 or 2 tech spikes, 2 days, 3 days, quick tech, tech spikes, get more clarity what it has to be done, and break it into medium stories. I mean, every team will have different thought process, but what we generally feel is having a story of 5 or lesser means if I pick up the story on Monday, highly possibility is there that I will be completing by Friday. I mean, there are bright chances that it gets slipped, but we will do as much as possible to complete that user story within 5 working days. Back to you, Saurav. Thanks. This got lengthy.
Yep. Also, one thing, Ashwini, that I would like to add is sprint means it's for the team, by the team. The team manages itself. And we have iterations because we expect us to get better every iteration. So don't think you would get it right the first time. You did some estimations at the first time, and then you realize that this type of work takes us half a sprint, or this type of work takes us a full sprint, or this takes us 2 days. So gradually, with different sprints, you learn to estimate them as a team. The team have a consensus that this type of task is a medium, this type of task is a large. So don't expect that you need to set some values for medium, large, and excel in the first sprint. Team grows, team learns every sprint, and then they try to improve. Because if you are not improving every sprint, then you are not doing agile, right?
Agree, agree. So to know the exact velocity of team, it might take 4 to 5 sprints to know that, and we have the retrospectives for that. So what all the things which we have to improve, and as Apar told, at least a little bit of improvement should be there in our velocity or the way we work or the quality, everything. I mean, there should be some improvement sprint on sprint. So uh, back to you, Saurabh. Sorry, we started eating up.
No problem, Swami. So yeah, so now let's go to the sprint life cycle. So here you can see, first of all, there is a product backlog, and it is mainly controlled by or managed by a product owner. So what a product owner is? So product owner is a uh, needs to know like what the team is building and why it's building that, and it keeps the product backlog up to date and in priority order. So product backlog, what it is, the backlog contains all the work items uh, which needs to be completed in that project, and it is and a product owner is responsible for this, and it can change accordingly with the priorities. And then we goes to the sprint planning. So first of all, what is a sprint? So we discuss uh, like the sprint is a timely box iteration which can be from a few days to 3 or 4 weeks, not more than that. And it is also sometimes referred to as a iteration. So what in a sprint, a planned amount of work has to be completed by a team, and and it should be made ready to review. And during the sprint planning, what we do, we discuss what all stories and tasks needs to be there in a particular sprint. And next, similar to that, a sprint backlog is maintained. And and this sprint meeting held every uh, every week, depending on the duration of your sprint. And daily we have a daily scrum, which we discuss what we did today and what we did need to do tomorrow. And and this daily scrum is usually managed by a scrum master. So what is a what is the role of a scrum master? He or she cheerleads the people, and checks like the scrum process is followed by all the team member or not. And this was the whole about the sprint life cycle. Now let's move to the boards. So in the backlog, you have seen the work items as a list in the list view, and then in boards you can see them in the cards view. So what is the use of this card view? So in this card view, you can see all the user stories in the form of cards, and you can move these cards into the various streamline. So each streamline corresponds to a state. So here it is a new, active, resolved, closed. So you can move each of these cards from one state to another in this swim lane. And it is very easy to view the user stories in a daily scrum meeting. And now let's come back to us this sprint. And in this sprint, you can see these tasks which are assigned specific to that sprint, and here you can change the sprint accordingly. So we have a 4 sprints over here. So now let's go to the capacity planning. So what is this capacity planning? So we have all these developers over here, or the team members, and everyone is working on some other task. So one is in deployment, one can be in design, or other one can be in testing. So each of us having a particular hours allocated per day. So as you can see, I have allocated 8 hours for all of these team members. And if and here you can see the total number of hours for a particular sprint. And and here you can see particular hours for each team member. And if if there is a leave, or if there is a holiday coming, and all the team members need to go for a leave, you can add the dates for that over here. like so I add a 1 day. So I think that's weekend. That's why. Let me add for another day. Yeah. So I've added a 1 day off over here. Yeah. So you can see uh, this work has been automatically updated. Let me check. I think I have added it some other day. Yeah. So this work details will get automatically updated according to the leaves, and we can also assign a particular day off for a particular person. So if I want a par is saying like I want to go on a day off from 15 to 16, I can add a day off for a particular person also. So these work details get automatically updated according to the days off I have assigned. And let me.
Hey, Saurav, that brings in a question for me. So, this capacity, is it the actual hands-on keyboard time that I spent, or is this capacity the hours I go to the office, or the hour period I am working?
So this is the time you spend on this project particularly.
So it's like 6.5 hours is a productive hours, and
Yeah.
1.5 for meetings.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in our projects, we will mark it either 6 hours or 6.5 hours. Some people will mark 6.7, but ideally 6 productive hours. So we go by 6 productive hours and 2 hours for meetings and touch points discussing between the team members. So we mark it six, and Scrum Master will call out anyone on the sprint planning day, that anyone who's foreseeing the day off, please give it a shout, because it makes sense to we tell them, even if it is tentative, like Nikhil and me, that's what we do. Even if it is tentative, we say that we will be off on so and so days, and if it is not, we will come and we'll work. But that's the safest game to play. Like you say that you will not work on this Friday, and but you have completed that personal work and you're ready to work, you will work. That's good thing. Like if you don't say that tentatively I'm going out on Friday and suddenly you go, what will happen is you will be assigned 10 days work, and that work will most probably either spill over or fall on some other's shoulders, your team members' shoulders. So a couple of things. So 6 hours or 6.5 is a maximum time we would love to see there under the capacity, the keyboard time.
Thanks. That answers my question. Thanks, Saurav and Swami.
Thank you. And if you go to this analytics tab, here you can see the burn down chart. So what this burn down chart is used. Just a minute. Yeah. So as you can see, this burn down chart has a declining slope. So more the slope of this graph is declined, the better is uh, the sprint is going. So here you can see on the left side you have the user story points, and the below you have the time dates and the time period accordingly. And this gray line usually explains the ideal trend which should be. And this sprint has been started to 1 or 2 days before. That's why it's looking like this. Let me show you example. So this is the ideal burn down chart, and here you can see the slope usually is in this declining phase, and this graph looks like perfect to me. And this graph tells that the sprint is going good or not. And Swami, if you want to add something on this burn down
Yes,
chart.
yes, yes, Sarah, thanks so much. I was about to pitch in. So this is very, very important, guys. This one, and Nikhil and I, we are very particular on this. On the day one, the sprint of the day one, if we are working, if we are planning 8 days of work, as we told, we would like to give 20% of the capacity to eventualities. What we would be doing is we will create the user stories and tasks and put it 6 hours, 6 hours, or 6 hours, whatever, whichever the project we are working. Based on that, we'll either mark 6 hours or 6.5 hours a day, and we'll block our capacity. That's a blue line. You see that the top tower. That's a blue line. That's a capacity you already planned it. Yes. So if you don't plan, what will happen is this: the blue tower will be zigzag. On day one, it will be 150. On day four, it will be 170. It will be looking pretty ugly. That means you don't. When you're starting the sprint, you don't know what you are doing. It's like Chelti ka naam gadi kind of thing. In between the sprint, you add two tasks and do something. I mean, you can do that, but ideally, you should block all your hours, 8 hours, 8 days out of 10. That's what it goes in your team, or your Scrum Master is okay. You blocking 10 days out of 10, but do it. And sometimes what will happen is Nikhil and I, we don't know what some of the tasks we know, some of the tasks we don't know. But what we will do is we'll write it as a placeholder task and we'll put it 6 hours. Nikhil, that's what we do, isn't it, Nikhil?
Yes, Amagaru, correct.
Yeah, we'll
Correct.
put it like a placeholder one, placeholder two, but we'll block it for that. So that will what happen is it will go. The tower will be blue at the top, highest, and as and when the days progresses, it falls down properly. Why should you do it? That's first important point. Why should you do it? We know each other. 10 people are in the same team. We know Scrum Master. We see him 10 times a day in our cafeteria. We sit besides. Why should we do it? That's cool. We know that this is what is happening. And the Scrum Master has to report to the project manager. Project manager has to report to the senior project manager. That guy reports to the program manager. He reports to the vice president. They report to the director, and director will have the visibility because they are funding. They will go and look into the board. If this board shows the zigzag fashion, does the director or the VP president level guy has got the time to understand that, okay, Apar did not know what task has to be done, and suddenly 3 days after the sprint he identified and he put it? Will he have that much time to identify? No, they don't have, isn't it? They will be looking into thousand and odd projects. They definitely don't know what it is. So also having this kind of trend is a personal discipline of the entire team. Two things it shows. It shows that we don't have personal discipline, isn't it? If you are not maintaining the proper ideal burn down, that shows that we are not having the personal discipline. And imagine if we don't have the personal discipline, and that's what is gets projected as our team image. Okay, so program manager, vice president, or whoever is funding, the business people, they see our burn down. It's like polygon or hexagon. I don't know what diagram it will be on that particular day, but they'll be little worried on that because they are funding on it. Apar or Nikhil, you can add if you feel anything. Please feel free. Thanks, Saru.
Thank you, Swami. So this was regarding the burn down chart, and now let's go to the boards for a minute. Sorry, backlog for a minute. And now what we'll do, we'll do the poker planning. So what is the poker planning? So as we have told, like in the sprint planning, what we do, we all come together and assign the story points to each story, and then uh, like everyone discuss how much story points need to be allocated to each story. So we can do that process using this tool known as estimation poker, and we will be conducting a demo over here in front of you. So let me select the stories for now. Sorry. Let me get the stories. So I'm looking for the unassigned stories, and we can select these stories like this. So this is resolved. Let me. I think just.
Hey, Saurav, while you're preparing the backlog, Swami and Saurav, if you can tell me, like, how does these user stories gets created? Who creates them? Is it the team? Is it the management?
Oh, so that's a good question. Saurav, shall I take this up?
Yes, Swami.
Okay, thanks. So what will happen is there will be uh, the product owner, he creates the product backlog or the wish list. Like this is what he wants. Like he will create a epic and features, and then as and when they identified, they put it as a backlog. Like they write this users story, and they'll write it like as a user I need to do this, as a so and so I need to do this. They put it as a backlog items. So every sprint we will have 1 day for product backlog refinement. So in the product backlog refinement, the business people, the product owners, the project management, and the entire team, we join and we'll go through the user stories. I mean, they will tell that these are the user stories which we are going to refine. So we'll go through the content, what has been written, and then we'll identify, do we have a API call to do this, or do we need to create the API? And if at all API has to be created via when, what will be the APIs, what will be the contract between the API and the UI, we'll identify all those things and we'll agree, is that okay, can we process this user story? So after the refinement, that will be put it into the backlog, those user stories. And on the sprint planning day, we will properly put it for an auction. We'll after doing this refinement, we'll create a poker planning, that Saurav will show how to do the poker planning. We'll do the poker planning session. In the poker planning session, Saurav will put auction of those user stories, says that this is a user story, what do you say? Now Nikhil is telling that it is 13 story pointer, and Apar, you are telling it is 1 story pointer. I'm telling it is 5. So some of the teams, they go by different approach. As a scrum master, Saurav will say that okay, I'm taking average between 1, 5, and 8 or 13, and this is what it is. Or Saurav will ask two extreme ends. He will say that Apar, why do you feel that it is 1? And he might ask Nikhil, why do you feel it is 13? Maybe Nikhil is seeing something which you are not seeing, or you are overlooking, or you might think that you know that there is one other reusable library which can be used, and Nikhil is thinking that he has to write that library. So that is the reason you are saying that okay, the library is already there, just I need to invoke a method, reference it, invoke a method, done for the day. But Nikhil is thinking that that's a complex algorithm, I need to write it, I need some time. So that's what we'll first, the business people, they'll write this user stories, then we'll go on a refinement day, we'll agree, and to decent extent we'll fight, and then those user story will be put to auction, where we'll give the story points and everybody will agree, and then they will put it for an auction. Okay, these are the user stories which got refined and it got story pointer, who would like to take it? So it's all we who can go and start saying that I will process that, I will process that. But the key thing is, anytime before starting the sprint, we strongly suggest that please explicitly call out that I will be off for 3 days or 4 days, because that is in the interest of the commitment from the team. Because if you hide that you want to take a leave, but you hide it from the scrum master and you take those leave, so that's very bad, because scrum master is committing this to the product owner or the business people. They commit further down up layers. So it's like cascading effect. You're failing at multiple places. So better to explicitly call this out that you're off for 1 week, 4 days, or 10 days, whatever it is. That's a good thing to do. Apart, anything else apart on planning sprint
Yes, Swami.
stories?
So
Uh,
let me give an example and just tell me if my thought process here is right or not. So
mm,
if I take a scenario, so the VP will say, I
mm,
want to go for a digital transformation, and that becomes a epic. Then the
mm,
enterprise architect will come and say, for this digital transformation, I want to build up microservices. And he
mm,
creates a feature called create microservice. And then the product owner of the infrastructure of the development team will come and say, okay, for this feature I need these user stories. Okay, create the API microservice, create the development API service, and inside those user stories that the product owner created, the developer can task out how he wants to create that particular microservice. Am I right?
Oh, right, right. So what will happen is the product owner and the business people, they'll give the user story from a textual point of view. If it is a greenfield project, they will say that this is what the expectation, this is what they the user story should behave, or this is how the product or the feature should be behaved. And when we do the refinement, that's when we'll identify like what is this. So is it a new API or is it an existing API? Like if it is a greenfield project for setting up the first controller and deploying that as a microservices, we need a separate source code and set up those dependencies and configuration, writing the YAML files and going multi levels. It will take definitely longer time. But at the same once we complete one microservices, now we know that what all the things we need to do. So the second microservice will take lesser time, but we have to, as a developer, we have to identify what it takes to complete the user story apart. So we will say that okay, I need to speak to architect Nikhil. I have few queries. Then that user story, if it is not getting completely refined, it will be in that new state itself, where it will not be refined. We'll come back to the next time to refine that, or to keep the ball rolling. We'll say that Nikhil is speaking to architect, or Swami is speaking to Saurav, another architect. We'll get back to you. So there can be multiple rounds to get that things refined, but it's upon the soldier who's in the battlefield to decide what tasks he has to do. But he'll get a guidance from technical lead and architects, but task will be defined by the individual developer.
Yep, that makes perfect sense. Thank you so much.
Okay. Shibin asked one question: when we are planning sprint stories and estimation on each sprints, uh, then how can we plan project deadline date? Okay, so Shibin, that's good question, because see this back in olden days when we used to work in 2003 and 4 and around those time, 20 years ago, we used to say that the project will be delivered 6 months down the line or 1 year down the line. So 1 month of documentation, then analysis 1 month, and 2 months of development, 1 month of testing, and then we deliver this project. And what if some other competitor delivers in 3 months? So though you know the story, like how it came back. So the project delivery is definitely a key ingredient to the success. We can't deny that. But the thing is that we have to understand that what is that which will take to complete these user stories or these features. So we can have that because without the proper planning or features, if we commit to some date that this is going to complete by 3 months or something, it will be negatively impacted. Because what if the user, I mean the developer, due to the time crunch, he didn't write a proper coding, or he didn't write the unit test cases, and some hard coding has been done, and later point of time, once it gets deployed into the production, from day one you'll get production issues, and everyone will have this sleepless nights. So better to have no sleepless nights. So have proper estimation and deliver what it is needed. We can do that. I mean, we'll say that at least from an enterprise architect, or the project managers, at least they will tell that to complete these features we might need 6 sprints or 12 sprints. Apar, what do you think, Apar? When you see the work allotment, you will at least do a ballpark, isn't it? It might need 12 sprints or something.
Yep, Swami. So, to add to what you said, Shivan, what I have seen happening is you can still meet your deadlines, and how it goes is, let's say I need to deliver something in 2 months, right? So, for that, we'll first go through project planning. We'll create a backlog. Okay, we need to fit in this backlog in 2 months, and in 2 months, I can have 4 sprints. So, I do my sprint planning and I do the estimation, and now I see I was only able to add 1/10 of the stories into my backlog in the sprint planning. So now I actually know that I need to bring in more developers to meet my deadlines. So sprint actually helps you meet your deadlines, because you are quantifying your velocity, how much time it's actually taking. So the project management sees clearly that this many developers, they actually cannot do this much work in this much amount of time. I need to bring in more developers, or I need to extend the deadline.
It all goes by the project deadline. As I mentioned, the project deadline is a key ingredient. We can't ignore that. But the thing is that what you want to achieve by that date. Do you want to build the entire building, or do you want only the foundation with pillars, or do you want to build the foundation, pillars, and brick wall in the ground floor, or leave the ground floor and build only the first floor? What do you want exactly? So that will be slotted into these features, and then user stories, then sprints, isn't it? The amount of work. Because see this, let's assume this one small scenario. Suppose if you want to build this pen, and if you say that I want to build this pen in next 2 months, so will it be possible? So someone has to build the refill, and someone has to put the ink and this cap and this label or some other things. But what you can tell this is, by next 1 month, at least I can give you an outer shell, incrementally add the features, and then add this cap, and then add this cap, then create a refill, plug it in, so that every sprint or every 1 month you can deliver a working solution, isn't it? So that's how we did it in one of the project of 3 months. They said that we want this entire dashboard to be created, and we told that yes, we will break that dashboard into pieces. We said that first we will give a static dashboard in one sprint, and then we added API calls to the dashboard, 4 widgets on the top. And then if you select the widget 1, it gives that particular graphs. And then if you select the widget 2, it gives the table. And you can flip flop between the table and the chart. So incrementally we developed it. Okay. Hope we have answered your query, Shibin. Back to you, Saurav.
Thank you, Swami. Thank you, Par. And now let me select the stories and this one. And if we do the right click, and we can see an option called estimate work items, and here it will go to the estimation booker. Just I think it's loading. Let me click it again. Can also go directly from here. So what it does, we'll create a link so that everybody can join, and then we'll do the auction part. I think it's just taking. Let me reload the page. It's taking longer than usual.
Oh, this is expected in every demo.
Yeah.
Apart,
Yep, this is the reason sometimes we don't even use the DevOps estimation purpose. We just use some other website to do the estimation.
this is a serious thing. I mean, last night when you try, one day before the demo, you try something, it works 100%, and next day morning you give the live demo, it doesn't work at all. And you say that it worked 8 hours ago. Yes, it worked, but now it doesn't. A
Yeah. Let me select.
couple of users
So
are
this
there.
is so this is in the marketplace. Here you can find this estimation poker, and when you click on this, it will get added to. It will ask for the organization and project, and it will get added to the project. And let me select a few stories for now. Yeah. Yeah. So it will ask you to create a new game, and we're choosing the online mode, and then we select the cards. So here we can see the t-shirt sizing technique, or the Fibonacci, or confidence, or the default one. So I can choose the default one for now. And you can also see the creator can only end the game, and creator can only edit, and creator can only do the commit. So let me create this. Just wait. I think today only. Oh, sorry, I forgot the title. Damn it. Now I'll open this, and I will create the link and forward to everyone. So I'm copying the round link. Let me, and let's wait for everyone to join. Apar is there. Swami, Nikhil, are you joining?
Hey,
Yes, sir.
Saurabh, I have to shift the browser. I clicked on the wrong browser. It's
Oh, no, no problem. So here you can see we have the story and its description, and here we can select the card which we want, and so each card denotes a story point which we want to allocate to this specific story. And I will not able to see other persons what they are voting. uh, Let me click let's do my option for now. So you can see these cards are not visible yet until I click the reveal button. So let me do the reveal. So here we can see the average was 4.25, so I can take down it to 4 and save it. Now let's go to the another story point, and here I can select one for now.
Hey Saurabh, so
Swami has done.
let's say before I can estimate it, I want some more clarification about this story. Then who will be the person who will be giving those clarification during the sprint planning?
Oh, actually, that will be in the refinement state. So, this state you will come after the story is totally refined. We all agreed that the story has been refined. Then it will be parked into the uh, backlog backlog for the story pointing or the story estimation. And
Okay.
I totally agree. Uh, there are last moment changes or things get unearthed late in the game. Totally agree. This is a real time scenario. That depends upon what kind of question it is. If it is something related to the requirement, either we need to go to the business team, business analyst, or the product owner. If it is the tech discussion, do we need an architect or the tech lead to assist you? Or it is between the API and the UI, between the teams, or do we need it from the DevOps team? It depends.
Okay.
Always there is a possibility. We can do that, but until unless we have everything pretty clear, we'll not be able to assist. I mean, there are days when we unearth the things while estimating it. Hey, we didn't find this.
Okay. Swami, one last question. So let's say
Yes,
I
please.
have a team and my team has both DevOps engineers and developers. And a
Mhm.
story comes in which is about development. And as
Right.
a DevOps engineer who doesn't do much development, I don't want to skew the results by giving a number which won't be a proper estimation. So can I
Right.
refrain from voting?
You can, because there are days when we saw people who are from totally QA, manual QA, even they gave a voting for the developmental stories. Uh, so, I mean, the people who don't know anything, they will also sometimes vote it, but it is a scrum master who can decide. And as you know that you will not be able to contribute, better to refrain. Anything to add, Nikhil?
Just one thing to add. So, Paul, let's say there are more business team as compared to developers. So then the developer has right to put his point. But let's say if it there are equal number of developers, let's say there are five developers and two to three business people, then we go with average approach. So yeah, both way we can do. Let's say you are the only developer and the average comes out around three or four, but you are the only one who was saying eight. So then you have right to put your point and you have to clarify. So
Okay,
then
that
business.
makes sense. So I'll be refraining for voting for this one.
Yeah. So here you can see Nikhil and me only voted, and we got the average from both of us. So Apar and Swami has the different for voting for this. So this was the answer to that, and this is the last story. Let's also do the marking for this, and then we'll complete the round. Yeah. So let me mark it 5 for now. Yeah. So we'll close this round. So this was regarding the poker estimation, and if you go to the boards, you can see the story points allocated to the uh, stories which we have auctioned. And the next phase now comes is the retrospective. So what is retrospective? So after end of the e-sprint, what we do, we go into retrospection. So in the retrospection, what we check with the what went well during this sprint, and what didn't go well, or what we need to continue. So what the use of this retrospection is, it helps for the teamwork, and also increases the efficiency of the team, and it helps to resolving wrong missed deadlines or disagreements. So now for that also we have a tool named as retrospectives, and let me create a board for that, and that same we'll all write our comments in each section. So we'll create a board, and we'll give a name like uh, demo.
Oh, this should be the safe space, folks. Retrospective. It's not. you are complaining, this should be the safe space. Point one. And the point two is, I didn't get my build pipeline and release pipeline. Because of that, I'm not able to deploy my API to either Docker, Kubernetes, or app service, Azure container instances, or whatever it is. I can openly tell that what did not go. I can tell that I could not get the YAML files from APAR and my task got delayed. I'll put it in what went good, what went bad, what to continue. I can put it. It does not mean that I'm complaining on APAR. Maybe he was on off, or maybe there was some technical issue. Maybe he was waiting for someone to give him some other things. It could be for any reason. But overall, what will happen is we have to be very, very open, and it is a safe space where we can easily speak, like what is happening, what did you like, what didn't you like. Okay, it's not like we are throwing mud on each other there. It's like true picture. You present the true picture, so we can have a open dialogue with Apar, like what happened Apar, and Apar will tell that it was a technical challenge he could not complete, or there was an unplanned leave he could not complete, or he was waiting on someone that he could not complete. So what will happen is, in retrospective, we might get 10 problems, and Nikhil can write that I didn't have sunlight, I could not deliver this. It could be anything, but I'm telling there could be 10 problems in the what did not go. So out of the 10, we can't change the entire world over the night. So what we will do is, we'll pick up the top 3 burning issues and put it as a action items for the next sprint from this retrospective board. So we have to ensure that we are not repeating the same mistake again and again. So that's one thing. Back to you, Saurav.
Yeah. So while creating a board, we can mark the feedback as anonymous. But I'm not checking this for now. And also we can click on this, which will show the feedback after the collect phase. And here we select. We'll type the number of votes each user can give to each card. And here are the here are the like the lanes where we can write the feedback. And the fourth one I'm also adding. So if we have a card, we want to move it to the action items from these three, we can move the card to this lane. So let me save it and also forward the link. Just a minute. Yeah. Here you can see we have these four stages. First is the collect phase, where all everyone will write the feedback, and then we go to the group phase, where we can group the feedbacks which are similar, and then we vote to on each feedback, like the upward or downward, so that so that we can look into the card or the feedback which we need to work on. So you can see Apar has created a feedback under this column, and I am not able to see it now in the collect phase. Let me also do.
Hey, Apar and Nikhil, you guys participate in this. I'm creating the SQL server for the next demo. So I'll focus on that.
So most of the people have done doing the feedback. Now let's go to the group phase, and here I can see all the feedbacks, and I can club two to three feedback together. So for example, if I want to club these two, I can club by dragging it, and these two are now grouped together. And now we'll go to the voting phase. So here we can vote the each feedback, upward or downward. So we I have selected 5 maximum votes you can give in this total in this total round. So I'm giving like a upward to this, or to this, or like this. And now we'll go to the act phase. And here what we do, we can focus on each feedback. So in the focus mode, if we click on this, let me click on this again. Yeah, we can focus on each feedback and write comments to it. And we can also create a work item corresponding to this. If you want to create a bug or a story, we can create it over here, and it will get attached to this feedback. And similarly, in this phase, what went bad and what to continue. And we can at the end, we can also drag and drop the these cards to the action items if you want uh, to work on these feedbacks. So this was regarding the retrospective. Anything you want to add, Swami?
I think this was a pretty good discussion, Saurav. I think we are in a good shape to go to the next phase of the demo. What is your opinion, Apar and Nikhil?
I agree. And thank you
Hmm?
so
I
much,
would
Saurav. I
second that.
learned a lot today.
Yeah,
Seriously, I
thank
mean,
you.
I at one point of time I was feeling that I'm in a real project now for this two for this 1.5 hours. Seriously, that's cool. Let's quickly take up these two questions. One is from Sandeep and one is from Ratish. Ratish, I think we discussed that. What if the active story requirement can be updated? Because what is happening is that is a scope creep, which is little bit of danger. But what we can see is we can add an extension to that user story that will be safe. Because see this, imagine you are on the day 4 of the sprint, and your story is 5 story pointer that should technically get end on Friday. If there is a scope creep, sure shot it will not be completed. What you can ask is add another 3 story pointer or 1 story pointer or 5 story pointer and pile it up. So let's assume you already have 8 story pointer. For currently 5 is being worked and 3 is there. So you can push that out, which is still to be processed, create the new extension story to work out on that. And Sandeep, regarding yours, please feel free if you are not satisfied with this, we can further discuss on that, Ratish. If you are okay, you can type that you are okay with this topic talk. Sandeep, for a user story, each of the user story can be for everything. See, UI UX, you can have a user story because the UI UX folks, they have to design and they have to showcase it to the business people, and the business people will also have the user stories, isn't it? Suppose there is a feature that has to be broken down into 10 user stories or 20 user stories. Even they will say that get the requirements for so and so. That could be the business people's user story, or it could be the user story for the UI UX, or it could be the user story of the back-end developer and the DevOps. User story can be for everyone. And regarding the functional and technical, is what the functional user story, if it is not becoming too much, it could be a separate user story. If it is a very small user story, you can mention that this is the technical, this is a user story. You have to write a for loop to display the table of 2 tables, and it should work within 5 milliseconds or 50 milliseconds, whatever it is. So if it is a small user story, as part of the acceptance criteria, we will write that what all the NFRs for that one, non-functional, like it should perform like this, or it should perform like this, or it should work on both Windows and Linux machines. Whatever is your non-functional, also you can specifically mention, or you can take it up as a separate. That's what Nikhil and I used to do. We used to write the main user story, and we used to take a separate or a sibling user story saying that this is for the unit test cases. Right, Nikhil? It could be either way.
Correct,
I,
Swami. Yes, I agree.
yeah, I think that's it. Let's go to the next phase of the demo, is where we will be showcasing what will be the problem of deploying manually. Okay. So let me stop sharing here, and here, let me come back over here. So you can see that uh, this is the thing which I created. It's an empty database, and I will come into this is my uh, uh, virtual machine in Azure, and this is Visual Studio 2022. Let's assume that I have to manually create this SQL server. If I go to this SQL server, no one else in this world can connect to this database, because even if I give you, this is my IP, so I will not be able to connect it to this database. I'll show you. If I come in here, we'll see that piece. And what we will do is we'll create a virtual network. We'll say that only this virtual network, wherever this virtual machine is there, only from this virtual machine they will be able to connect it. We'll do that. So this is the database which is over here, and I'll get into this database and try to get into this query editor, demo user, sample $123. And when I type it, it says the same thing: 4937 151 103. You can see the same one here. How do you know that this is my IP? What is my IP address? So you can type it. This is IPv6. What is my IP address.com? If you go to that, what is my IP address.com, it it gives. If it is not giving, don't worry. So go to this speed test and click on this, and once you come here, it gives this one. So there are multiple ways to get your IP address. So IPv4 IP address 49.37.151.103. So you're seeing the same one here. So that means technically no one else on this face of earth can access my database. It's little secure. So what I'm telling is I will add an existing virtual network. So that's the one, VNet DevOps and Azure Bastion. Okay, that's the one. And a service endpoint has to be enabled. I just click on OK, and it is validating, and it is updating the server VNet rules, which you can see it here. A service connections will get updated. Where is that? It comes, it updates it. Just give it a moment. Okay, the VNet rules has been successfully updated over here. So what I will do is I will come to this, go to the connection string. I don't want to connect it from here. I'll copy this connection string. Let me put it in a notepad. Maximize this. This is the database. That's the database name. I click that and get into this box, and let me do right mouse click on this and go to properties. This is a simple SQL project, DACPOC project. You have the DBO. We have one simple table, books table, and we have the programmability, where I have few stored procedures, and post deployment scripts, where we have deploying. I mean, whatever we do as part of the seed in EF core, the same thing we are doing it through the DACPAC project. Okay, the first thing we need to ensure that the project settings is you're deploying to Microsoft SQL. If you want to deploy to other on-premise or the managed instance, you have different options, but the first option should be Microsoft Azure. And the next option is you need to come to the debug. Then I can click on edit, and it gives me this dialog, and I'm pasting this uh, SQL connection server, and I'm saying that this one, SQL authentication, demo user, sample $123, and I will remove that. And first I do test connection. So the connection has been succeeded. So what is the database name? That's a SQL server name. Database name is this one, SQL DB bookstore. So I'll come back over here. Now I will click on the remember password. It's my box, it's secure. And I will select this. That means technically we are asking that we want to deploy to this one. So before that, let me come to this query editor. Let me punch the hole in the firewall for my machine also. That's when we will see that it doesn't have anything. Swami. So I will save this. So apart from the VNet I just added, please do not do that. That means you are inviting problems which we don't want. So I will go there, sample at the rate $123. We get into this, the query editor. Why it's taking long time? Okay. So, ooh. Okay. Now see that here we don't have any tables and we don't have any stored procedures. Okay. So now what I will do is I will come in here. After that, I'll just click on start. Now when I'm doing the start, you can see that output window over here. So first thing is it is building this. It will compile and start creating the backlog. Okay. In the meanwhile, we can come back to this one, the demo script. Let's go in here. All my technical talks will be here in this place. So a couple of points which we highlighted. It should be wherever you want to deploy. Okay, the DAC pack, whether you want to deploy to your local or on SQL Azure. That one thing. And while this guy, it takes 2 to 3 minutes. In the meanwhile, we'll see what all other best options we are taking care of that. So other thing is we have the elastic pools. So right now we are having individual capacities. When you are creating the SQL databases, multiple databases within the SQL server, uh, what we have to take care is we need to ensure that either we need to use a elastic pool or not. So elastic pool you can use it only if you are 100% sure that none of those databases in those which has been included in this elastic pool will spike at the same time. So let's assume that Apar is in one project, Nikhil, Saurav, and me. We four people are in different projects, but we'll ensure that we might be using 50-50 DTUs each. So that means the company will have to spend the money for 200 DTUs. Instead, what we together found is none of these databases are spiking at the same time. We can create a elastic pool with 100 DTUs, data throughput units, and put all those four databases in this. So this will ensure, and also it will ensure that it is reducing on the cost because we are saving on 100 DTUs. And also we have to see that none of this database is spiking at the same time. That means what will happen is that will impact the other project also. That's one point. And another important point I would like to highlight is that here, that one we added it here, and this is transparent data encryption. So this is also known as encryption at rest. So the Microsoft will use HSM, hardware security model, the key, and they will encrypt the data at rest. So even if someone steals it, they will not be able to see until they have the encryption key. Okay. And this feature I seriously like it, automatic tuning. So what will happen is if you enable this automatic tuning, so what it will do is it will add indexes dynamically and it drop indexes dynamically and it forces a particular plan. Let's assume that today there were 2 lakh records in the database, and it did based on the existing indexes. It went through a plan, the query plan, and it is giving the output in 250 milliseconds. And after some time the table columns has changed, or some other content has come, or it has been deleted, but that particular plan was not performing. It is giving in 450 milliseconds. So the 250 milliseconds plan was much better than 450. So it will force an previously existing plan which was performing good. So that is one of the feature which I really like it. And apart from that, what we can see is here we can see this auditing. We don't need it. It will come back to that one. And the performance overview is another one which I really like. It will tell you like what are the queries, the slowest queries, which one is eating up the time, everything. It will show you the long running queries and the resources which it was consuming, and the automatic tuning which we already discussed. We'll see that did it deploy. Okay, so what happened is it created the DAC pack over this. In this one, you can see this. It created the DAC pack and it went and it deployed this. Now let's come back to the same query editor over here, and I will give the control to Apar for Apar and Nikhil Saurav to pitch in on why we should not do a manual deployment. So sample $1 2 3. If I can come in here, where we saw that before I clicked on that publish button, there were no tables. Now I'm coming back. I see that there are tables here. Uh, there are stored procedures here. I can come in here and I can say select star from books. I will run. Okay, so there are books here. Okay, that's cool. So that was my short demo on how to do bad practices.
Yeah, Swami Garu. So
Yeah.
I like what you did, but I think I can poke a few holes in that. And I think I have a better way. So, first thing that I would like to start with is in your current method, I don't think a whole team can collaborate because you are just doing the deployments using your own Visual Studio. And I think a better way when the whole team wants to collaborate into a project is to use a version control. So please allow Nikhil and me to give you a small introduction of version controls and how we can work with them and collaborate as a team. I will be sharing my screen. Share screen.
Please go ahead. Let's flash it.
Yep, I'm just sharing my screen
Mhm.
and share.
I
Can you
hope,
guys see my screen?
yeah, Sandeep, I hope we answered your question. Thanks, Ratish. I mean, we are four people, but switching between these demos. Thanks. Apar, it's all yours, Apar.
Uh, yep. So as you can see here, this was the same project that Swami Garu were working on, but now you see that I am able to access it over a browser, and that is because this code is now actually stored in a version control system, and the specific version control system that we are using here is Git. And let me show you how a team can collaborate when working with Git. So first thing that we want to do is main is our main branch, as the name suggests. So this is the sacred branch in which you should never do any commits directly. So if I as a contributor or a developer want to contribute to this existing database project, what I will do is I will go ahead and create a new branch. So let's give it some name so that I remember that this is my branch. So apar slash demo. And you can see that this branch is based on the main. So whatever contents are in the main at the initial point will be part of this apar demo branch. So let me create it. And now I am at the apar demo branch. So one thing is I don't like using this UI editor. I still want to use my Visual Studio or Visual Code. So let's have a look how we can actually clone this code into our working system. So I will go to clone and I will take this HTTPS URL and I'll copy that. And now I'll move to my file explorer. So give me a second and let me just share another screen. Just give me one more second. Yep. So can you guys see my screen? Please let me know once my screen is visible.
Apar,
It's visible.
it's it's
Yes,
visible.
Apar.
Okay. So I like using PowerShell or command line. So I will be showing you the command that I use to clone this particular piece of code or this Git repository to my local system. And the command that I would be using is git clone, and then b, this b specifies which branch I want to clone. So if I don't pass this B flag, then it will just clone the main branch itself, but I don't want to do that. So let me just confirm what was the name of my branch. The name of my branch was apar/demo. So I'll go back and I'll type apar/demo, and then I'll paste the HTTPS URL that I had earlier on. So git clone and enter. So it's saying cloning into bookstore DB, and it's cloning the project. Then as a contributor, I can make whatever contributions I want to make. So let me just open VS Code for a second here. And for the demo purposes, let me just update this README file. So I don't like this default README file, so I'll just add here apar edited this. I'll save those changes. And now what I need to do is I want Git to know that I have added some changes. So I will be staging them or I will be adding them. So I'll just do git add, and I'll be passing a dot. So dot means save all the changes. You can also pass the name of specific files that you want to stage. And then I'll do a git commit. So this committing is that I'm committing these changes, and this commit should also have a message attached to that. So I'll pass this flag dash m, and I'll say made, or I'll just say face lifted the readme file, and that's done. And after that, I'll just push my changes back to my branch in Azure DevOps. So I'll just do a git push. And you can see that it has been pushed to apar/demo repo. So let's see if those changes were pushed to Azure DevOps. And I'll go back to Azure DevOps. I'll just refresh this page. And you can see that you updated apar/demo just now. I can also go to the history and see that, yep, apar made a change. So this same command, facelifted the readme file, that command is here. Now the question comes, I just made these changes into my repo, but my deployments or the main, or as I told you that my main branch is the branch called main. So how does this repo gets merged into that, or this code becomes part of the main code? So for that, we need to go through a process called pull request. So I will be creating a pull request with my changes, and somebody who needs to approve that. It can be the lead developer, it can be the in charge person. Some teams have a policy where somebody else from the team needs to approve it, so that at least two eyes are passing through the code. So I'll just go ahead and create a pull request from here. I'll create a pull request. I'll give the pull request a title, made changes to the README. I
Hi,
will
Apar. I have a
hi.
suggestion. Like before this, can you please show how to restrict a user so that he cannot push directly to master branch? Can you show
Okay,
how to create branch policies?
yeah, sure. Let me just create this pull request. Then I will show you how exactly we are restricting people from pushing directly to the main branch. That's a very good suggestion, Nikhil. Thanks for pointing that out. So
Plus
for this,
one. I said plus one.
yep. So for this pull request purposes, let me just go back to reviewers, and because Nikhil made that suggestion, then I will add Nikhil as the reviewer only. So go ahead, Nikhil, if you can review this. So we just talked about boards as well. So if there is a board item corresponding to this particular pull request, I can also add that, and I will be creating this pull request. But before creating, let's just confirm that it has all the changes that we wanted. So you can see that, yep, Apar edited this. I can see the exact changes. I had made one commit through my CLI, and I can exactly see that commit with the commit ID. And here you can see that this pull request will be merging apar/demo into main. And that was exactly what I wanted. So I'll go ahead and create this pull request. So while Nikhil will be approving this pull request, I'll go ahead and show you how I am restricting people from directly pushing to the main branch. And for that, there's a concept in Azure DevOps called branch policies. So under repos, you can see this branches option, right? So I'll click on this branches option, and then the main branch is the branch that I want to protect from direct pushes. So I'll go to these three dots. I'll choose branch policies. and I reach the branch policies page. So you see here that there we have a branch policy setup which is saying require a minimum number of reviewers. So this branch policy says that at least one person needs to approve these changes before the request actually gets merged into the main branch. And you see this option here which says allows requesters to approve their own changes. By default, this value will not be set. So, and in most cases, you don't want the person pushing to the main branch to be the actual reviewer. So in most cases, you would not turn this value as on. And as you can see, we also have another branch policy set which says that check for comment resolutions. So let's say Nikhil had certain comments or he had certain suggestions and he marked those as part of my pull request. So unless and until I resolve the comments that Nikhil made, I cannot actually merge this into the main branch. So we'll also show you a demo of that. So this is how branch policies work. Then there is also this option to automatically include reviewers. So you see that we have turned this on. And so this particular setting says that Saurav Garg and three others, and those three others are Nikhil, Grover, and Swami. So these reviewers will automatically be part of all the pull requests which are made to the main branch automatically. And these people will be set as the optional reviewers. So let's just create another PR, and this one I will be uh, before going to another PR, let's just complete the pull request we had earlier on. So you can see here that Nikhil Grover and Saurav Garg have accepted this pull request. Now, just by accepting this pull request doesn't get merged into the main branch. You need to go ahead and complete this pull request. There's another option of auto complete the pull request, which I will be showing you in the next PR. So let's just have a look. How do we complete this PR? So if I go to complete, I'll go here and click on complete, and then it is giving me some options. So if I would have attached the associated work item with this PR, that would have automatically closed based on this option. Then there is delete a slash demo after merging. So this means that the sub branch that I had created would automatically get deleted once the pull request is completed. And then there are merge types. So this is the non-linear merge, which will just add all the commits in front of in the head of the main branch. And then there is squash commit, which usually most people do it. So this squash commit means if for this particular PR, I would have made multiple commits, but the only commit that makes sense or that needs to make sense to to the reviewer is Apache made changes. So it will squash all those commits into a single commit. So your commit history will look much cleaner. So for now, we'll just do a simple merge, and I'll do a complete merge. And this pull request is now merged into main, and let's just verify that. So I'll go to files. I'm in main branch. So I remember that in my commit message was made changes to readme. And you can see here that that merge command, that merge commit, as well as the commit that I made from the CLI are now part of the main branch. So let me just go ahead and create a new branch and show you a demo of comment resolution. I'll just call it demo slash comment resolution. So I'll go ahead and create that branch. And now in the README, let me just leave some extra characters which don't look very good on the README file. So I'll create this commit. This time I'm using CLI, using the UI to show you both the flavors of using the GUI as well as actually interacting with your Git repositories using the GUI. So I'll commit this. And now I will create another pull request. I'll say made more changes. I'll again add Nikhil as a reviewer. Although I'm adding Nikhil as a reviewer, but you saw in the branch policies that we already have that option by which all the four people get added as the approvers already. But still, I just to show you this option, I'll add Nikhil manually here as well, and I'll create this repo, and I will set here set autocomplete. So if you remember last time, I had to come and create I have to come and complete the PR manually. So now I have set up autocomplete. So once the approval is done, the comments are resolved. The branch will get merged into main automatically. So I'm seeing here one of the two required checks failed. Comment must be resolved. So what is this? Okay, so Nikhil is saying please check some extra spaces. I think he should have pointed it particularly in the code as well where the changes are made. So at this moment, Nikhil didn't do that, but let's say I picked up the exact line where the problem is, so I can go to that exact line and add that comment. You have some extra spaces here, so like that. So I won't be adding that right now. So okay, I see what Nikhil says, and I will actually go ahead and make those changes. I'll go here, I'll go to add it, and I'll remove these, and I'll commit saying let's say resolved comments, and I'll commit. Then I'll go back to PR, and now I'll go ahead and resolve the comments. So I'll just type a message here, removed white spaces, and I'll say reply and resolve. So it has been resolved. And then you can see that Swami had just added a comment here to cause some trouble. So this is the chaos that the first presenter was talking about. So let's just comment this trouble as well. I'll just type not a good habit.
Hey, like, don't fix it. I just wanted to highlight that part. Like, there is something like I'm asking a query which you are not okay fixing it. So you can say that don't fix it or not a. There's some other from the active on the drop down right side, on under my in the same section on the right side you see an
Mhm.
active. Check won't fix it is there.
Yep.
Ah, so I just wanted to highlight that piece.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'll just say won't
Won't fix it.
fix,
Correct.
and I also
And this.
add so I just add this as won't fix, and as you can see now the Nikhil Grover has accepted it, and you see I did not click on that complete button, but it got merged into main automatically, and we can verify that. So you can see that it has been merged. Now, another issue that I had, Swami, with your problem was, with your solution was that you were deploying your infrastructure through the portal, and that doesn't look very clean. You don't have an option to revert back changes easily. I don't
Mhm.
have visibility to that, and even I'm not sure about what's the best solution for that. So, if Nikhil, you can give us a solution to fix those
and
problems.
and and the key thing is none of us will be given permission to create resources from the portal. Only in dev subscription they allow. From test and above they allow only to do it through the release pipeline only. So this is not something which I can use it in the real environments.
Yep, I agree. So if Nikhil, you can help us out with the solution for that problem, that would be very beneficial.
Yes, Apar. Sure. So, Apar, thanks for the demo. Let me share my screen. So, can you see my screen?
Yes, Nikhil.
Okay. So, as Apar mentioned, it is not the correct way to deploy directly through Azure portal. But let's say someone wants to deploy. It's like he wants to deploy for his practice only. So, how to do? So the first approach will be if just go to Azure portal. The link will be portal.azure.com. So go to your resource group if you have. If you don't have any resource group, you can directly create from the marketplace. But let's say you have a resource group, just go inside your resource group and then you can simply do a create. So let's create a web app in Azure portal. Okay. So if you go to marketplace, you can see the web app is listed here. Just do a create here, and then it will ask you to provide few values, parameters. So first is subscription. So let's say you have multiple subscriptions here. You can assign your subscription, and then you can name your resource group. Like, so what is the resource group in which you're deploying? So we can specify this as a resource group, and then we can give web app name. Let's say web app name is web app portal. Like we are deploying through portal. Today's date is 12 March. It will check for the name availability, and it is showing success. And then we have to publish like code, Docker container, static web app. So as of now, we are selecting code. Then you can set runtime stack. Let's say .NET 6. Now OS, Windows or Linux. So we are using Windows. Then you have to specify your region. So as of now, we are selecting each US. So now, before creating an web app, it will ask you to create a app service plan. You can directly go to marketplace and create a plan, or you can also create inside a web app. So see, it will automatically create a web app service plan named this. If you want to create any other app service plan, you can give your name as well. Let's say our app name was web app portal 1203. Now this name is uh, plan app portal 1203. Okay, now you can specify your SKU. Like here we have different sizes. You can go for dev environment, broad and isolated. So for dev you have multiple options. So just for now we are selecting F1 as our SKU, and then you can set zone redundancy as disabled. There are multiple options. Just go to next, and we can set container deployment as disable or enable. So if you do enable, then you have multiple option to add git account, organization and repository. So just for this demo we are selecting as disable. Then next, let's go to monitoring, and let's leave this as it is. Now if you want to add some tag, you can also add. The benefit of adding tag is if you want to search your resources by some name, you can do. So this is the basic approach how to create. If you do review and create, it will first review and then it will create. So like this is the first and easiest way of creating. But now there is a problem. Let's say in your project life, the client wants like the app to be in specific name format. So what you can do, you can create a template, or a first approach is imperative approach. It is the approach. Okay, this one. So I showed you how to create a web app in Azure portal. Correct. Next approach will be you can create a web app using Azure PowerShell. Now the advantage of using PowerShell is you can specify. Let's say you are using, you can create a variable of your web app name, and you can add name here. And same for your location, app service plan, and a source group. Let's say your client has given you a list of your web app naming convention, so you can create the variables here, and you can use in your uh, PowerShell script. Okay, so this is the PowerShell script. Now let me show you how to deploy using PowerShell. Now let's just cancel this. Okay, now let me go back. So as you can see here we have a Cloud Shell. Okay, now if you are using Cloud Shell for the first time, it will ask you to create a storage account. So I had already created one storage account, which whose name is Azure CLI storage account. Inside the Azure storage account, you will see it will automatically create, will ask you to add a file share name. So just let me go inside file share. So it will create a file share which is of 5 GB. So once you set up this storage account, then here you have option for bash and PowerShell. So for this, we will be learning like how to create a web app using PowerShell. Let's switch to PowerShell mode. So just let me do a confirm, and let me open PowerShell. So it will take like 2 to 3 seconds. And okay, so now we can start. So what this command is doing, so we are specifying web app name as app USE demo this, and location is East US. App service plan name is plan US. USE means US East. and demo 1203 resource group name is this, which is exactly same as this resource group rgdnlh 12th March dev. And then what this command is doing, so it is setting up like new Azure app service plan name, location, resource group name, and tier. So here we are assigning our variables. So if I just copy this and if I paste these commands here, let me paste it. So see, first it will start like creating a app service plan for you. It will take 5 to 10 seconds. After that, it will start creating the web app. So see, it has created the app service plan. Now, if you do a refresh from your portal, you will see. Let's wait for a few more seconds until it get deployed. So just wait. Let's wait. So it will take 5 to 10 seconds. See, as you can see, it has deployed the app service plan and its name is plan USH demo 1203, which is same as this variable value. Okay, and let's go to portal. So now it has deployed our web app. Again, it will take few seconds. So let's wait for few more seconds and see. So it has deployed our app service. If you open this, you can directly navigate to a URL. So it is showing your resource group name, status is running, location, your subscription ID, URL, app service plan name. So if you go to URL, you can see. Uh, so we haven't pushed any code to our app service. So just now it is showing your web app is running and waiting for your content. The content will be showing you in later phase of this demo where we will be deploying through pipelines. So once it is done, so like the first approach is creating through web Azure portal. Next is through PowerShell and Azure CLI. So I have showed you how to deploy using PowerShell. Now let me tell you how we can deploy using Azure CLI. So this deployment is done. Now if you go to CLI, you will see two options. One is PowerShell, one is Bash. So Bash is nothing but Azure CLI only. So now there will be some syntax changes. So next step is create a web app using Azure CLI. So these are the commands. Now if you want to distinguish between Azure CLI commands and PowerShell command is, so just keep in mind one thing, all the PowerShell commands will start with a verb like new, remove, delete, add, and all the commands of Azure CLI will start with AZ app service, AZ web app, AZ resource group, and all. So this is how you can distinguish. Now let me show you how to deploy using Azure CLI. So now here we are creating first the app service plan. So we are passing name as this without any variables. The source group name is this. SKU is free. Same for web app. We are passing its name as the source group name as this, plan name as this, and similarly a app name. Now let me copy this and now let me go to Azure CLI and let me paste this. Again, it will first deploy your app service plan followed by your web app. So let's wait. Now let's go to resource group. See, it has deployed our app service plan and now it will deploy our web app. So see, now let me refresh. Let's wait for 5 to 10 seconds and see. So it has deployed our app service plan. Name is plan USH demo CLI. It has also deployed our web app. Let's check the app service plan name and see. Our app service plan name is this plan USS demo CLI. It is exactly same as the one which you deployed here. Now let's wait for a few more seconds. Uh, so see, it has deployed our web app as well. Now if I open this and if I go to the URL, again you will see this same web page. So let me open this. See, it has deployed the empty web application. Now, so now I have showed you how to deploy using Portal and how to deploy using PowerShell and CLI. Now, one thing is, uh, so let's say you have to deploy any database. For database, you need one server, and then you need database, and then you have to add firewall connection. So each time what you have to do, you have to add each command one by one, correct, step by step. First, you will add the command to install. Now let's say in this scenario, first you will add a command to install a web service plan, then you will add a command to install a web app. Now it can be reduced by going to declarative approach. So we have two approaches. One is imperative, one is declarative. So imperative approach is in ISA is nothing but the commands that we use using PowerShell or Azure CLI. Now here comes the declarative approach where we can create a template. So it is nothing but a ARM template. What ARM template does? Let me show. See, so this is the URL. You can go to Microsoft documentation and here you can search for understanding the structure of ARM templates. So ARM template is nothing but a JSON file which contains schema, content version, and key value pairs, multiple key values pair. If you scroll down, you will get to know what key value pairs are required and what are not required. So just for the syntax, schema is nothing but the location of our JSON schema file. Let's say if you're using Visual Studio Code, you can place this URL. If not, if you're using any other any other application, you can use this URL. It will be same. And next you have to specify the content version. By default, you can add the content version as this. If not, you can give your content version as well. Now let's say you have to deploy some. Okay, let me show you how to deploy app service and web app using ARM template. Okay, let me open this. So as you can see, this is our ARM template for app service deployment. It has parameters called web app name, location, SQ size, language. Inside language, we have type, default value, allowed value, metadata. So what you can do, let's say a user forgot to specify to pass any value for this parameter. So what it will do, it will take a default value. So for this default value is web app, and it will automatically create a unique string based upon your resource ID. And so in the syntax you can see, uh, let me go here, we have this parameters, variables, resources, and outputs. So here we have created parameters and then we have variables. We are using a variable called app service plan, which is nothing but a plan name. So we are specifying like app service plan name is app service plan comma a web app name. And then in the resources we have to tell what resources we are going to deploy through this ARM template. So now first we want app service plan. Now so this resource, this first, so it is an array and the first element is app service plan. So you can get to know type is web Microsoft web dot server farms. It is nothing but app service plan. Now then after this is deployed, we have to deploy our app. So now this second element, its type is Microsoft Web Sites. It is nothing but a web app. Now before this, you have to tell the ARM template first deploy the app service plan, then only deploy this. So you can do this by setting a depends on property, and inside the depends on you can set. So first deploy this app service plan, then go with this deployment. So this is how you can create your ARM template. So let me show you how to deploy. Now let's go here. Okay, so let's delete these resources. Otherwise, it might show you some errors. So you can delete the resources directly through portal from here, and just you have to type yes, it will delete for you. And so see, now this is the syntax to deploy your app service using ARM template in Azure CLI. So what you can do, the command start with az deployment resource group create. So name of the deployment, so you have to tell what will be the name of your deployment, then what is the resource group name. Now you have to specify your template file. Okay, there is one more concept which is parameter file. This I will tell you like when we will be deploying using PowerShell. Let's first deploy it as your CLI. So here we are specifying the template file and its name is app service underscore web app.json. So as you can see, this file is in my local system. So how Azure CLI will get to know where is the file? So what you can do one thing, if you open Azure Cloud Shell, there is option to upload. So if you open this, see it will ask you to upload. So from here you can directly upload your ARM template. Once you upload, you can go to this open editor, you can go to this option and here you can check. See, it already had it already has your app service plan ARM template. Okay, now let me just close this and open it again. Now if you just do ls here just to be sure, so you can see it has your app service plan ARM template and other two templates as well. So just let's copy this and now let me run this here and see. So again, it will take few seconds. So let's wait for this to get deployed. Uh, See, now it has started the deployment. And so also like let's say if you want to make any changes in your ARM template, so rather than going to your local update and direct and again do a upload, you can go to open editor and you can also make any changes to here directly. This is one of the way by which you can do. Uh, okay, so let's wait. So it has started the deployment. So first it will deploy your app service plan followed by your web app, correct? So see, it it has deployed your app service plan. Now it is going for web app deployment. Let's wait for a few more seconds. So like this is the URL, the micro in the Microsoft documentation you can know. So here it is about JSON structure. If you scroll down, there are the parameters, how you can create, what you can add the values, what so inside the parameter you can have parameter name, type, default value. You can also set allowed values, what values. So allowed value means only we can add arrays. You can set minimum maximum value. What will the minimum length of your string or array? What will be the maximum length? What is metadata? It is nothing but the information that you are going to pass inside your parameters. And also now next you have the variables. So in the variables also you can set create a variable name and assign the value here. And same you can use in your resources. So similarly, you can create a function, resources, and then last we have outputs. So let's scroll towards last. So here you have outputs. So only the required values are parameter. Okay, let me scroll up. Yeah. So only schema is required, content version is required, and resources are required. Else everything is optional. It's your wish. You want to create any variable, any parameters or not. And let me go here and check. See, now it has deployed our app service. So its name is web app, followed by the group ID, as we have already. Let me see. So we are passing a default value as web app, followed by the unique string of a resource group ID. So this is our resource group ID. Now let me just open this. See, now it has deployed our web app. And now the last step is to deploy using PowerShell. So this is the syntax. We are again setting the name as this resource group name. So this is same as the resource group name. This is our deployment name and this is our resource group name. So this is the syntax for that. The syntax is new AZ resource group deployment followed by name, your resource group name, template file, and location of your parameter file. So in the previous ARM template, we haven't created any parameter file, but for this we have this template file. This is a template file where we are specifying the parameters and then resources, and at last we have also added the depends on property here. So now as we are passing the values from parameter file, so it will take it from here, else it will take from the default value. So also let me go here and switch to partial. Then let me do dir. See, it has our templates here. Now let's copy this command and paste this command here. Let me paste it here. So it has started the deployment. First, again, it will deploy your app service plan, followed by your web app. So again, it will take 2 to 3 minutes. And so let's move further. Now we have covered deployment through Azure portal, deployment through PowerShell and Cloud CLI. Then, so now this will deploy a SQL Server. So we have deployed the web app using Cloud Shell. Now this is the command for deploying your SQL Server. So inside SQL Server, we are first deploying SQL Server, then we are deploying the database. And you can also see after that we are setting the firewall rules. It will do, it will set one checkbox, it will check one checkbox value, which I will show you later. First, let's wait for it to get deployed. And the syntax is same. The only difference is in resources. So just you have to figure out what are the dependency and then you can write. So okay, I think it is okay. The same thing approach we are following in our project that Apar is going to show. So if you go to infrastructure, you can see infrastructure. You have your app service plan. These are nothing but your ARM template for plan, and and also we have ARM templates for Key Vault, MS SQL, and web app. Now if you go to script, so here also what we are doing. So see, we are first making a loop. We are going inside this infrastructure folder and we are retrieving all the files that starts with that has .deploy.json, which is nothing but your template file. See, if you expand this, so your template file ends with .deploy.json, and then we are retrieving each and every file names. Similarly, in this loop, we are getting all the parameter file names, and at the end, with this command, we are creating each and every resource in the loop. So we are also following the same approach, ARM templates. So this will get triggered with our pipelines that Apar is going to show later. And let's see, let's wait for more 5-10 seconds. So
Apart,
Yep.
Yeah.
yeah, what I feel is now it is 2 hours 45 minutes. Once Nikhil finishes his demo and gives us the control, you and me will walk through rest of the things and do a one clean up the all resources except that storage account. Let's clean up all the resources from the resource group, and you take over and start deploying one by one. That makes sense, isn't it?
Yep.
In the interest of time, quickly we'll speak through the PR slide. I'll put it the PR slide. I will speak through, and then you take over and showcase.
Tips
Because
I will
if
take 1 or 2 minutes
oh, no problem,
maximum.
Nikhil. Take your time because what I'm telling is the rest of the piece I would like to condense and let Apar discuss. If I discuss, it will take 30 minutes, and like another 30 is it's going to take a lot of time. We'll do that way. We'll have one theory discussion for 10 to 15 minutes quick, and then Apar take over and show infra deployment, database deployment, API, and web. Everything you do it in one stretch.
Yep.
Cool. I'll throw the slide. I'll discuss quickly, and rest you can take it. Thanks. Nikhil, take your time.
So as you can see, it has deployed the SQL Server along with the database. If we go inside a SQL Server, so now see, we have added the command, we have added the code to enable the firewall rule. What it will do, if you go inside the firewalls and virtual network, it will automatically select this as yes, allows your services and resources to access the server. If you don't add this command here, you have to go and manually set this as true. Okay. Now if you go to database, you can see your database has been deployed. We haven't deployed any code, so it will be empty database. Now let's say if I try to access this query editor, and it will ask me to enter my password. So from the parameter file, I can just take the password. If I enter, it will first give me error. So the error will be my IP has not been added to SQL Server. So see, first I have to add my allow my IP. So once I click allow, it will update the firewall rules. Once it has updated the rules, if you now connect to database, you can see your tables and store procedure. So see, now this is all about the deployment. Now I would like to I would like a part to tell us about replace tokens and also the build pipelines. So over to you, Apar.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Nikhil. So, before I talk about the infrastructure, let me just very quickly talk about what exactly are we deploying so that it makes much more sense to you. So, I will be sharing my screen now. Please
Apar,
let me know once.
Apar,
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry. Shall I take 2 minutes time and hand this off to you? You
Yep,
and me will
sure. Okay.
discuss. Huh? You and me will discuss 2 minutes. I mean, everyone, Nikhil and Saurav, Garg, anyone who wants to pitch in, they can pitch in. Couple of points. Let's go quickly through that documentation, and I'll hand over, and rest of the demo you take care, so that we'll consolidate and we can save time. And I think this topics you will be discussing. And one thing you can highlight the classic pipeline versus app YAML pipeline. One of the key thing which is I look at it is if it is a YAML pipeline that will be part of the source control repository. If it is a classic pipeline, I need to get into that Azure DevOps to know if I want to do any changes. But if it is a YAML pipeline, it will be easy for me to add this as part of the source control repository. And there are some conditions which we can put it whenever this is a process which we generally follow. So as Apar and Nikhil have already given, we'll create a feature branch to do the coding, and we'll raise a pull request against the branch in which we created this feature branch. And once we raise a pull request, it executes a build. It validates that our code is in a compilable state, and the unit test case coverage is 80% or whatever is agreed in the team, and any static code analysis like a sonar cube or whatever. So some of the teams are very strict on the unit test cases. If they don't have 80% coverage, they'll have a build breaker. It will fail the build. That means I wrote 10 lines of code, and due to the 10 lines of code, my unit test coverage has come down from 80 to 79. It will break the build. I have to ensure that I'm writing the unit test cases. Other thing is Sonar Cube and this kind of static analysis tool. The code quality will ensure that I'm not pushing something which will create problems at the later point of time. And there is a build breaker for that also. Okay, so once that is done, and the other thing is software composition analysis tool, like white source and other tools are there, which will save your fortune. If at all you use a library that has got a vulnerability, it highlights that. And suppose you're using a library which is of GNU, that means it should be available as is open source, but you use that library and you created a product and you're selling it to the customer, and that guy can come and sue you because you're using a GNU and you have to make your source code to public. He can sue you, and we might lose our entire fortune on that one. So the usage of this static analysis code and the software composition tool is pretty much important. So the gated build will ensure all that is clean. And once someone does a code review, and the code gets merged into the master branch, that's when the continuous integration build gets executed, and it creates the artifacts and drops in the drop location. And to some decent extent, we can take the artifacts which has been generated and do a CD continuous deployment and execute set of tests. We can run the set of integration test and the end-to-end test and send out a report to the entire team maybe nightly. But that's the quick process. So I just wanted to highlight those two pieces. Back to you, Apar. It's all yours. I mean, you can take over rest of the demo from here.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Swami. So let me just share my screen. So there was a lot of good stuff that Swami just talked about, and let's just see all that in action. So before just seeing that in action, let's just see a bigger picture view of what exactly we are trying to do. So is my screen visible?
Yes, Abha.
Yep. So we talked about this process earlier on. So we are maintaining our code in a version control repository, and developers push code to that. Then we talked about the gated build. So currently, first thing that we're going to talk about is infrastructure. And for infrastructure, we are using ARM templates and Azure DevOps pipeline to deploy that. So we currently have a resource group, and in that resource group, we are going to deploy a SQL server, and inside that SQL server there will be a SQL DB, and as part of our resource deployment only, we will also be deploying the firewall rules which are necessary for the app services to communicate with the SQL server. And so you know that for app services to connect with SQL DB, they need to have a connection string. And we don't want that connection string to be displayed to the users in plain view. So as part of our deployment itself, what we will do is we will put the connection string of this DB into our keyword as a secret, and then we are going to need two web apps. So one web app is a Blazor Wasm Spa web app. So it's a single page application which will be consisting of a front end UI or web, whatever you want to call that. And then we have an API element, and this API element will be the one which will be making the database calls to actually retrieve the data. So you can see here that to our web app, we have given something known as a managed identity. So let's talk about what is managed identity and why do we need a managed identity. So an Azure keyword is a resource, and you want to audit that who exactly is accessing that resource, who pulled in that secret, what happened to that keyword. So all that should be edited somewhere. And to edit something for your web app to actually go ahead and talk with this particular keyword, it needs to have an identity, and that identity needs to have permission to talk to that keyword. And this identity is the one which will show up in the audit logs, and we can see, okay, it was our web app that was talking to the keyword. So as part of this ARM deployment only, we will be creating a web app with a managed identity. And this managed identity will have access policies, which will be allowing it to talk to the keyword. And with the help of this particular managed identity, it will be retrieving and the database connection string as a keyword reference, which we will show you later on. And again, then we have the UI element, and this UI element needs to talk to the API, and that will also be part of the app configuration of that UI application. So let's just look at it and in action. So let me just go here to pipeline. So at the moment, I have run the deploy pipeline already. Just in the interest of timing, we will come back to this and we will go line by line into this infrastructure deployment pipeline as well. So first, let's just talk about all of this in our infrastructure. So in our infrastructure, Nikhil already showed you that we have this different folders. One is called App Service Plan, one is called Key Vault, one is called MS SQL, one is called Web App. He also went through with the actual deployment script that we have created. So let me just go into the logic of this infrastructure resources as well. So first thing that we have is App Service Plan, and we are going to create two app service plans. So one will be a Linux app service plan, which will be containing the web app for API, and then we have a app service plan which is of type Windows, which will be containing a Blazor Wasm spy application. We went with Windows for our Blazor Wasm application because in Linux you usually need to have a proxy like Nginx present to display those static pages, but in Windows we can do that by default in the www folder. So that's why for the spy application we went ahead with Windows app service plan. So this just contains the app service plan, and here you can see we just have different parameters defined, which says this one is Windows and the second one defaults to Linux. Regarding the structure of the ARM templates, so Nikhil already went through that, so I won't be giving a lot of time to that. I will just be focusing on some key points and some nice tricks, which should be good for you guys. So another thing is our keyword. So in our keyword, you can see we are creating the keyword, and inside that keyword, you also see we are creating a secret. So what is the secret that we are creating? So if you go ahead here, we have a secret name called SQL password. Okay, what is the SQL password? We are passing the value of the SQL password using a parameter file, but this doesn't look like a very safe password. What is this weird value? Hashtag curly bracket SQL password that 123. So this is this hashtag and then this curly bracket and closing it with a hashtag and curly bracket. What this means is that this is an identifier for a for a CI/CD tool that we called replace token, a task or tool, whatever you want to call that. And so the replace token to utility that we will be using will know exactly that, okay, this is an identifier for me and I need to replace it with a value which is present in our variable groups. Okay, I just said variable group. So what is variable group? So as we all know that the password for your SQL server, that is a secret that contains the key to your kingdom. You don't want it to be just present in your Git repository. You want to keep it secure. So how we are passing this value is using a concept called variable groups. So let me just show you what this variable group is. So under pipeline, you see this option called library. I'll just open that. And you see here, I have a library or variable group here called secrets. I'll open that, and you see here that I have this SQL password and I cannot even see it. Once I have set it, I cannot see it. So you can see here that I cannot see these values which are passed in as secrets. Okay, that's good. But how exactly are these values getting into our ARM template? What we saw there was a very ugly identifier. So let's just talk about that as well. So I will go back to my pipelines. And while this pipeline is running, I'll just go into edit mode. And I'll show you here we have something called replace token here. There's a task which is called replace token at the rate 5. And we are telling it that look for the files which are ending with .json. So you saw that our ARM templates are JSON files and they end with .json. So it is actually looking into each and every ARM template. And then it is looking for the token pattern. You see here default, it is looking for that token pattern. And inside that token pattern, because we are mentioning here inside variables, the group, the inside group, the name secrets, which was name of a variable group, this task will go ahead, look for that identifier and replace all these values with the values which are mentioned in our variable group. So that is how we are replacing these values in the runtime and keeping them as secret value. Okay, so I will go back to my ARM templates and talk about a few little nice things as well. So then we have this MS SQL.
Apart, did we
Yes, Swami.
show that the resource groups are clean before?
Yes, Swami. So actually, I had started that pipeline early on because I thought that will take some time.
Okay, so
Okay, sure.
show the resource group to everyone that the resource groups are
Yep.
clean.
So you can see that at this moment I haven't refreshed this, so you can see that this resource group was a clean resource group, and you saw our pipeline was running. So there should be some resources present here now. So you see that the app service plans are created, the key vault is created, and these have the same values which were in the parameter files, which I can show you again. So if you go into key vault and you go into the parameter file, you see Azure key vault book store dev, and you see Azure key vault book store dev. I think if I refresh again, the SQL resources should be present as well. So let's just give some time to the for the SQL resources to deploy. Let's see where our pipeline is. So I go back to my pipeline, and if I go into the current logs, I'll go here and we'll go to jobs, and you see that it is currently on the phase of deploying the SQL server, and that's why we don't see it yet. So we'll just let this pipeline run, then we'll talk about the pipeline a little bit more. So coming to the SQL Server, let's just also look at the ARM template that we have for SQL Server. So this is a pretty neat template. Nikhil gave you a small introduction of this pipeline or this ARM template already. So first resource that we are creating is our actual SQL Server that you see under the first element of this resources array. And this is a SQL Server which is taking the uh, our administrator login and administrator login password. Again, these values were being passed using our variable groups, which I just show you. And then we are actually going ahead and creating a database. And the database is the one which we will be just be deploying in our CI pipeline, the schema for that database. And then we are adding a firewall rule. So what is this firewall rule? So again, coming back to this diagram, I mentioned this firewall rule again, and you see that picking up this connection string, this app service wants to talk to this particular database. So for this application to talk to this database, Azure gives us a need option. I think Nikhil just showed you that, which was saying allow Azure app services. Allow Azure resources or Azure services. So by ticking that option in the firewall rule, we can allow Azure services to talk to that SQL server. And for that, we have this rule present here. So this was some kind of a tricky thing here. So for this rule to populate, this is the trick here that you need to put it start IP address 0.0.0.0 and end IP address as 0.0.0.0, and that populates that particular tick value. And then we are creating the actual secret inside the key vault, and that is the secret that actually contains the connection string for the SQL database. So you can see here that we are dynamically creating this connection string. Again, you see that identifier or the replace token identifier I talked about. If I go back here, this one. So again, this value is also getting changed by the replace token that we had. So we are taking this connection string and we are putting it inside our key vault. And now coming to our web app. So we have a Windows web app and a Linux web app. So let me just talk first about the Linux web app. So in the Linux web app, first thing that we are creating is actually creating the web app. And if you look at this web app, we have something called identity, this setting called identity. and I have set it as type system assigned. So this is again this identity that I talked about earlier. So this application comes with an identity, and then that particular identity needs permissions to talk to the keyword. And for that, we are creating this access policy. So this access policy, so for keyword authentication, we have two options. We have access policies, and then we have Azure RBAC. So with Azure RBAC, we need to do some certain role assignments like keyword user, keyword administrator, keyword secret user. And then there is access policies, which gives us these verb-based permission of get list over different objects like secrets. So you can see that here for secrets, I am allowing my keywords managed identity to list secret, get secret, and set secret. And then under app settings here, you see that I am creating an app setting with the name data store setting underscore underscore SQL Server connection string. And then that value, it is passing something called Microsoft.keyword secret URI, and then it is trying to get the URI of that secret. So for getting the secret URI, we are using two ARM functions here. So first function is the resource ID function. And this resource ID function allows us to build up the resource ID of a particular resource. So in Azure, every resource has a resource ID. And that resource ID is how exactly we identify a particular resource as part of our Azure subscription. So if let me just show you an example of a resource ID. So let's just have a look at the resource ID of this keyword itself. So I'll go to properties here, and I see here this column called resource ID. And I see it's something like slash subscriptions, the name of our subscription, then resource groups, the name of our resource group. So that thing is called resource ID, and we don't need to pass that full string. ARM gives us a function by which we can create this resource ID by just passing the name of the resource group. So it will automatically add the slash resource group and the slash subscription. And then we pass the API group. So the API group here is keyword slash vault slash secrets. And then we pass the name of the keyword and the name of the connection string. And then here we need to pass an API version. So why are we passing that API version? So we are using another ARM function inside that, which is, you can see here, is called reference. So reference is used to reference a particular attribute of a resource. So here for that secret resource, we are trying to reference the attribute secret URI. And to access that, there are different API versions for most APIs. So we are mentioning that use this particular API version, which is 2019 9.01, and using that API version, this resource ID that we created, that resource's secret URI should be referenced here. So that is how these functions are working here. And this application setting is automatically getting created. And similarly, we have the Windows web app. This Windows web app will be going to the app service, Windows app service plan that we have created. So this one does not need that particular app settings because our front end application doesn't need to talk to the database directly. So this one, you see, doesn't have that particular app setting present here. It has some other app settings through which it talks to the API, and that I will show you in the release pipeline, so that you see two flavors, how we can add the app settings using the release pipeline. And I just showed you how we can add app settings using the ARM template. So let's go ahead and have a look at the pipeline which deploys our infrastructure. Hopefully it is deployed by now. I'll go here. It seems to be deploying still. Let's see, why is it still deploying? I'll do a refresh. Now go to deployments. So it's still deploying the server. Let's give it some time. Again, so meanwhile I'm talking about this is also another handy thing that you should know about. So I know that my deployment is taking place into this particular resource group. And you see here, there's an option called deployments. So I can click here and I can have a look at what are the ongoing deployments, what were the deployments that took place earlier. So this deployment is taking some time. So what I will do is I will cancel this pipeline right now and we will just rerun this pipeline. There must be something stuck with this deployment. So I just cancel this one. I'll let the pipeline fail for now. I'll cancel this pipeline as well. I go to this particular run. I will cancel this. This should be cancelled from here by now. Refresh. Yep, you see it is cancelled here and it has been cancelled here. I'll just run the pipeline again. And meanwhile, we can talk about the actual pipeline here. So to talk about this pipeline, I'll go to edit mode. So we had these resources and these particular resources had to be deployed in a particular order. So let's say we knew that we need the app service plan before we can actually deploy the web app. And then we actually need the key vault present before we can deploy the SQL database because we want to store the connection string inside the key vault. So to follow that particular order, we are following that order into our pipeline. So you can see here, so this is again the same script that Nikhil explained to you. So we are referencing that particular script, and to that script argument, I am passing the types. So I'm passing the type keyword to first one. So this will only deploy keyword. I'm passing the type app service plan to this one. So this will only deploy the app service plan. So this is how we are maintaining the sequence. The app service plan comes first, then the keyword, then the SQL server, and then the web app for Windows, and then the web app for Linux. And before all that, this is the same task that we talked about earlier on, which is a replace token task. So this is the exact sequence. First, all the ARM templates get their secret values replaced using this replace token function. Then we deploy the app service plan. Then we deploy the key vault. Then we deploy the SQL server. Then we deploy the web app for Windows, and then the web app for Linux. So we'll be giving this deploy infrastructure some more time because we canceled it earlier on. So we will visit back to this. So let's just talk about some of our application workloads right now and how we are building up CI/CD for that. So moving from infrastructure, so what do we need first? So the first thing that we need present there is our database. So I'll go to my database project and I can verify that yes, my code is present in the Git repository. And so for this Git repository, we have two continuous integration pipelines. So what are continuous integration pipelines? So I mean, just talked about that, and I will just demonstrating how we are achieving this particular use case, which is for deploying this database solution as a DAP pack. So I'll go to my pipelines. So under pipelines, you see there are two pipelines. There is a CI pipeline or the continuous integration pipeline, and then there is also a gated pipeline. So just so that I can show you how the gated pipeline works, let me just go here, create a new branch. I'll just say feature/gated. I'll just make some changes here. I'll go ahead and again add just a dot here, and I'll do a commit. So this commit has happened and I will create a pull request. And I will type here test created. I created that. And you see here that there are two required checks. So one is that this particular pipeline called bookstore DB gated needs to work. Okay. So how did we achieve that? To see how actually we achieve that, we will go back to something that I showed you earlier on, which was our branch policies. So I'll go to my files and sorry, I will go to this particular option called branches. And then for my main, I will go to the options and then branch policies. And inside branch policies, there is this option called build validation. And we have turned this on. You see that enabled is on. And then we are passing the name of our pipeline. So this is the gated pipeline. So it knows that whenever a pull request is made to the main, it will run this particular gated pipeline as a required check. So we'll go ahead and have a look into that pipeline. So this is working. So what exactly are we doing for this gated pipeline? So let's have a look into that. So this is a classic pipeline. Classic pipeline gives us a GUI view of all the things. So it also gives us a drag and drop functionality to add more tasks. So some people may find that easier. Once you get more into DevOps, you will find actually the YAML pipelines to be easier. But you see here that here it was just using restoring the dependencies using use NuGet and just building the project. So we are just checking that our project is able to build successfully and there are no compilation errors. But you see here, there's nothing, no option like publish an artifact, create those particular backpack files. So you see here, this is only checking the compilation. It is not creating something called an artifact. And if you go to the actual CI pipeline here,
Apar, I'm
yeah,
sorry. Could you please go back to that previous? Yeah, in this pipeline only, in the CI pipeline,
yep.
CI pipeline and edit. And just wanted to touch base on one particular point. If someone doesn't know how to write YAML, you don't need to worry. If you are comfortable with this or play with it, you can select that the build and the third one just above the use.net, the third option.
Uh,
Yeah, just above that. Yeah, just select that. Just above that. Yeah,
this one.
select it. Yes, select it, and then you see YAML s- there on the right side. See that. So whatever is the YAML, you do it to the classic, and you click on that. It gives you the YAML file. You can paste it. So you can try all these things with the visual component if you are more comfortable, like me. So do it in the design, classic design, make the YAML and put it in the YAML file. But the advantage, as I was mentioning, we were talking, you can put these YAML files in the source repository. That's where it is good to track it. What is happening? Back to you, Apar. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you so much for this nice trick, Swami. So you see here that the first two steps of our actual CI build are same, which is restoring the dependencies and then compiling the project. But then you see here, there are two additional tasks, which is copying that particular solution or the backpack that was created to the artifact staging directory and then publishing that artifact. So this CI pipeline is the actual pipeline that creates the artifact for the release pipeline. And then the release pipeline will actually go ahead and deploy it to the database server or database. So we'll go back and have a look at a gated pipeline. So it seems like my gated pipeline was successful. I can also look at this in the pull request. So I'll go here and I see there view two checks. Yep, you see the build succeeded. So, and looking at that, I think Swami already accepted the pull request because he saw that the build was successful. So I can complete it. So now the moment I complete this particular pipeline, it will trigger the actual CI pipeline here. You can see here that this CI pipeline is not running at this moment. And that is why it is called a CI. So that means continuous integration. The moment the code is integrated into main, we build the code. So I'll just go ahead and complete this PR, complete merge. And the moment I complete it, after a few seconds, I should see that pipeline running as well. So merge is complete here. Let me just refresh it here. So you see, CI is triggered automatically. So this pipeline is triggered. We'll let it trigger. I already talked about this pipeline. So to show you how that artifact is created, let's just look at one of the old artifacts at the moment. So I'll just go here and you see that two published artifacts and one is consumed. So consumed means it was used by the release pipeline. So I'll look at those artifacts and I see in the drop that, yeah, the DLL and DAC pack were created. And these are the files which our release pipeline need to actually go ahead and deploy the database schema or solution. So we talked about how do we build up a CI pipeline for databases. Now let's also talk about how do we build CI pipelines for .NET 6 web applications. So for that, I'll go to our bookstore API project first. And here we will be looking at the YAML pipelines and how those YAML pipelines can be put as part of a source control. And one more neat thing that you will see is that there we had to maintain two different pipeline. One was for gated and one was for CI. Here I will show you how we can utilize the same pipeline for both the tasks with a neat feature in YAML pipelines, which is using conditions. So I'll go to my repos. I see, okay, under sources, I have my actual code for the API. And under Azure DevOps, there is just one file called Azure pipelines.yaml. So let's have a look at this pipeline in the actual pipeline UI. So first thing I'll do is I'll just run this pipeline so that while I'm explaining it, this pipeline will run. I just run this pipeline for now. I ran it and then I'll go back and under edit mode, I'll explain what's happening here. So earlier on, you saw a very pretty UI, and now you see a YAML. So let's see how all these things are mentioned in the YAML. So first thing is we need a trigger. So what was the trigger? I talked about continuous integration earlier on. That the moment the pull request was merged, uh, the CI pipeline automatically ran. And here that particular trigger is mentioned using this line. So we are setting up a trigger on branches and we are including branches, and which branch are we including? Only the main branch. So when code gets merged into the main branch, this pipeline will run automatically. Then we are mentioning a pool. So first, one thing to talk about is what is a pipeline. Pipelines are just servers. It can be containers, it can be virtual machines. So these are servers currently hosted at Microsoft's environment. You can also have self-hosted servers. So we are mentioning this image. So this means whenever this pipeline is triggered, using the Windows image, a server or a virtual machine is spun up, which runs our steps in the particular sequence. Then we are mentioning certain variables. So variables are same as any other languages or any other declarative language that you have used. So for solution, we have marked this, which means that it will look for the .solution file and automatically consider that the solution. For build platform, we are building it for any CPU, and build configuration, we are keeping it release. So first thing is we need to mention that you need to use the .NET 6.0 SDK. And for that, we are using this task called use.NET. So by default, these Windows servers that are spin up, or these Windows virtual machines which are spin up for your pipelines, by default, they contain .NET 3.0. So for it to actually use .NET 6.0, we need to specify this explicitly, that go ahead and install .NET 6.0 into that machine. Then what we are doing is we are doing a .NET restore. So it builds up the dependencies, it installs whatever library it needs. Then there is the build step. In the build step, we are compiling the code. And in the publish, we are again building the .dls. And in publishing, we are putting that in the build.artifact staging directory. So this directory is the directory which our release pipelines have access to. And then we are publishing the artifact. So now you'll tell me that in the previous pipelines that I showed you, the gated pipeline did not have these two particular steps. And I told you that I will be using the same pipeline as my gated pipeline as well. And how I achieve that is using these line number 42 and line number 49. You see here that I have mentioned this condition, and condition is first is and. So these two both need to run, or the operator that we are using is and. So first one is succeed. So that means that the previous task should have succeeded. And the second is not equal. Any means not equal. So the build reason should not be a pull request. So you saw there that a build pipeline was run when the pull request was made, the gated pipeline. Here I am saying if the reason is pull request, don't run this particular task. And same for the publish artifact task, that if it's a pull request, don't run it only when the actual changes merged and the pipeline runs through main. Only then run these two particular tasks. So this is a pipeline. Hopefully the pipeline has run by now, and I can have a look at the artifact. So you see one artifact was published, which is not yet consumed, and it should contain our DLS. It contains as .zip, and this .zip in fact contains our .dll. And the build pipeline for our bookstore web application is also same. It is a Blazor WASM .NET 6 application, so a SPA application. So instead of .dll, it will actually be creating those components which we will put into www root, which will serve our single page. So I'll again go to pipeline. This pipeline should look very similar to you. I'll run it just for the sake of time. And I'll again go back and go in edit mode. So you should see here that this pipeline looks very similar, and you can see here that here I have one different option in publish. So you see here that I have this publish web projects as true. So as I mentioned you, it's a spy application. So I want my index.html and all those files to be present with my DLLs. So that why under the publish task, I have this publish web project as true. And then these two steps, these conditions are exactly the same, which I just talked about. Swami, you wanted to add something?
Yes, Apar. Could you
Yeah.
please touch upon those badges?
Yep, sure.
The build. Thanks.
So one thing is my pipelines are running, they are running under this specific section, but I don't want to always come in and look into this section just to ensure that all my pipelines run successfully. So to get that information, there is a very neat feature in Azure DevOps or GitHub as well. So if you go to more action here, there is this option called status badge. So this status badge option, it will give you some markdown, and that markdown can be added to any MD file. So for example, you can have a markdown files for your project description, and you can just copy that particular thing and you can add it to your MD file. So as you see here, if I go to overview here currently, you'll see that my CI badges are showing Azure pipeline succeeded. So my CI, I can see just by coming here that my CI pipelines ran successfully. And looking at that particular markdown file, I'll go here and you see that this is the same thing which I just copied, that URL which is mentioned here. So that was for the CI badges. There are also badges for your release pipeline, which we will talk about when we move to the release pipelines. So let's for a moment just go back to our infrastructure pipeline and ensure it got deployed this time. I'll go to my pipeline. I see a failure here. Let's see what happened here. SQL Server. Status message logical. Okay, so it's saying that the request was already in progress. So you remember if I canceled that request, it seems like it was already in progress. So let's
Whether
just
it
see.
is creating, I think so.
Yep,
Yeah. You
it
created it?
actually created that. Yep, even after canceling, it actually created that. So no problem. We'll just run this pipeline again. So SQL Server was actually the component which takes the most time, and this ran already. So no problem. It should not take much time to redeploy that. So I'll let this pipeline run. So while this is deploying, I'll just actually go through the release pipeline. We'll again come back to actually creating the releases, but let's just talk a little bit about the theory of those release pipelines first. So again, for deployments too, we will start with our database. So I'll go to the bookstore.db project, leave, and I'll inside pipelines. This time, instead of going to the pipelines option, I will be going to the releases option. So you see here certain releases were created, and let's have a look how these release pipelines look like. So if you look at the release pipelines, the first thing that we see is an option called artifact. So if you remember correctly, I was mentioning that build artifact directory, publish artifact. I was using that artifact term a lot. So this is where that artifact which I showed you in UI as well, that zip file or the DLL file or the deckpack file, that artifact is consumed by the release pipeline here. So you will go to add. Under the build artifacts, you will mention the source. So currently I have added the pipeline already. It doesn't have a artifact right now. So even if I add it, it would say that no artifact was found. So I won't actually add that. So that is how we had added that artifact. And then there is this particular button or trigger, which says continuous deployment trigger. So if you remember, when I talked about continuous integration, I meant that continuous integration means the moment the code is merged into the main, the continuous integration pipeline runs and builds the code. So continuous deployment means that the moment the code is built or the moment the continuous integration completes, the deployment also takes place. So this will mean that the moment the build pipeline will complete, the actual continuous deployment will also take place. So the release pipeline will also run. So currently this is not set to true. If you click that and you set here, okay, set this to true or enabled, then the moment your CI pipelines run, this pipeline would have run automatically. I'll leave it as it is for now. And then moving to stages. So stages mean your different stages. So most of you must know that usually we have multiple environments created. There's a dev, non-prod, UAT, prod, and there is a certain process that we call a code promotion. So the code doesn't directly jump to the prod environment. A process of code promotion happens. At first it goes to dev, then it goes to QA, then the QA gives a sign off, then it moves to UAT, then the test integration testing happens, then it moves to prod, right? So just for that, we can have multiple stages in our environment. So if I have to give you an example, I'll just clone it for now and I'll say here QA. That will be a second stage. And here I will add something called a pre-deployment condition. So what that means is the moment the code is deployed in dev, I don't want the code to directly move to QA. I need some condition here to be met for the code to move to QA stage. So let's say here the condition is that we need the approval of the QA lead. So I'll go here and I'll say pre-deployment approval, enable that, and I'll put the name of the user. So for now, we'll just say that Nikhil is our QA lead. I'll add him as a required approval here, and I'll save that. So that is what a pre-deployment condition means. And just like pre-deployment condition, there's also something called post-deployment condition. So let's say once the code was deployed into QA, now we also need a QA sign off, right? So for that, we need to do that post-deployment condition. So the code gets deployed into QA, the QA team does the testing, and for the sign off, they will again have this post-deployment condition that I will say that, okay, we should have some post-deployment approvers, and I'll say Nikhil need to sign off that as well. So that is how we can handle multiple environments into our release pipelines. So because at the moment we just have a dev environment, I'll just remove this, or just won't save this one. I'll go back to my releases and leave. And let me circle back if our infrastructure pipeline is done by now. So yep, we are in the last phase. We are just deploying our web apps. So I think we are safe to actually execute our database pipelines or our database release pipelines. So I'll go ahead, I'll click on create release. And here in stages, I will choose dev. So create the dev release and create. So this pipeline will be in queued stage for now because we only have one build agent and that build agent is being consumed by our infrastructure pipeline, but this is just going to complete. So while this is completing, let me talk about the release badges as well. So if you guys remember, I showed you those CI badges. There are also badges for releases, but there's one more manual step there that you have to actually go ahead and enable those release badges. So for that, I'll go to edit and then I'll go to options here and then I'll go to integrations. And in integration, you see this option here, enable that deployment status badge. I need to tick that. And again, it will give me the URL, which I can put in my Markdown or wherever I want to show up my release badge. That release badge can again be shown here. You see the release status was success. So my last release was successful, and I just got into my project and I can see, okay, both my pipelines were successful and my release was successful as well. So this should be complete now. This is complete. So our agent should be free and our release pipeline should have been kicked off. So it's here. Dev has not started yet. Let's give it some time. Let me just ensure we don't have another pipeline running. Not here.
Hey, Apar.
Yep.
Yeah, I would like to answer one of the question to Ashwin. We will take up your question once Apar completes the demo. We'll discuss about that. And other one is Venkat Sai Krishna Cherkuri was asking about the repos. So Venkat, I posted those two repos, Venkat. Only thing what we did is we moved the code from the GitHub repository to the Azure DevOps so that we wanted to show. But eventually everything will get moved to GitHub using GitHub Actions. So 2 to 3 years down the line, I think everyone will use GitHub Actions, and very few people will use Azure DevOps, but mostly to the GitHub. So if you see the list of events what we piled up in B.NET and .NET Learner Sources, we show what is Azure DevOps with the .NET flavor. And the next month is couple of things which we are planning. We might go full on .NET, like how to create a web API, how to create gRPC, how to create Blazor WASM or Razor Pages or MVC or uh, Windows Forms or a web app. I don't know what it is. There are a couple of things which we're planning to do. If that goes, then the MERN stack and mean stack DevOps will get pushed. If not, the MERN stack and mean stack will be the next thing to be coming in. And the next big thing is related to this uh, developer velocity itself will come. We will speak towards the betterment of life, like what is unit test cases or integration test or end-to-end test cases, how much test cases should be there, and what is the static analysis, code analysis, and the software composition tool. That's one session. And then we thought we will discuss about the GitHub Actions. So again, we'll come back to the square one. So that's the reason the code is there. We'll add GitHub Actions, and that is full end-to-end DevOps. Whatever the developer velocity which we are showing here with the Azure DevOps, we are going to show that. So the source code, whatever is, I pasted it in the GitHub repository. That's the main source code. We moved it temporarily to the Azure DevOps. Again, we are going to come back there. But we'll spend 1 or 2 months. And anyone here want to learn something else, please feel free to post what topics you would like to hear so that we will prepare. If we don't know, we learn and we'll come and we'll prepare for sure. Or we'll bring the specialist speakers who are well versed with those topics. Thanks, Sapar. Back to you.
Yeah, sure. So if I go back to pipeline, you see here that it failed, and it's a good thing it failed. And let me show you why. So I'll go to this release pipeline. I'll go to logs here, and you see here that it wanted to download a variable called SQL connection string. So this is the secret that we created in the keyword. And it said that it wasn't able to authenticate with the keyword. And the reason for that is we had created something called a variable group with integration with the keyword. And if you look at our infrastructure pipelines, we just deployed that keyword. So somebody needs to go ahead and authenticate to that keyword, or authenticate that variable group to that keyword. So I'll again go here to libraries. In libraries, I see there is a variable group called bookstore. And you see here, this has a feature turned on here, link secrets from an Azure keyword as variable. So this means that whatever secrets are present in that keyword will become the variables of that variable group. So you see that a keyword name is already there, but this authorization needs to happen. So I'll go ahead and click on authorize. So currently it will be authorizing using my credentials. So I'll pass my credentials. I'll say send me the code, and let me just receive that code. I'll give Microsoft a minute to send me the code. I got the code. I'll just enter that code. And with this, I should be able to authorize my variable group to use the keyword. And you see here, it is automatically picking up the connection string, SQL connection string and SQL password, the two secrets that we have in our keyword. I will also show you these secrets in the keyword. So you see here, now these are part of this variable group. And if I go to this keyword, first thing I'll do is I will add a access policy, which will allow me to actually go ahead and see those keyword secrets as well. So I'll go here and I'll click on add access policies. And currently I'm giving me all the privileges. And in service principal, I'm selecting myself. I found myself, select, add, and save. So I gave myself that access policy that I can see the secrets. I'll go to secrets and I see that you have SQL password, SQL connection string are present in the keyword, and these got populated here by ARM template, which I showed you earlier on. So in case anybody is joining late, please later on move back and look at the ARM template section. And you see here, now this library is authorized to use these secrets from the keyword. So you can just rotate your secrets at the keyword and these will be automatically updated in your variable groups as well. So I'll go back to my release pipeline and I will create that release. I'll create it. While it's creating, I can talk about the task inside the release pipelines as well. So how actually the backpack deployment takes place. So you see here, this just contains one task in which it is going to use deploy the database using the backpack deployment. And to make that backpack deployment, all we need are the credential of the actual SQL server. So the login username is demo user and the SQL password, it is again coming from our keyword that we just authorized to use it. So how did we actually link this particular stage to that variable group? For that, you need to go under variables, and under variables, I will go into variable groups, and you see that bookstore is linked to this release, and bookstore contains two secrets. So this time this should work. We will give it some time to complete the release. So you see that the initializing deployment, the deployment has started. So this deployment of database schema takes around 5 minutes. We will give it that. And meanwhile, we can talk about the release pipelines for our actual API element. So for me, while this is deploying, I'll go to my API project. And there's this project called Bookstore API. Again, we discussed the CI and the gated pipeline for API earlier on. Anybody joining later on can go back and look at that. Then you will understand how the release pipeline is getting the artifact. So I'll go to release pipelines. I'll go into edit. And you see, similar to our backpack project, this pipeline is also receiving the artifact from the CI pipelines. And these options are same. There are pre-deployment conditions. And then again, for the web app deployment, we only have a single stage. And in that single stage, we have one task, which is deploy Azure App Service, in which we mention our runtime stack. And if you go here, we are mentioning the runtime stack, and then we are passing the startup command. So in the startup command, we are mentioning the exact DLL to run our API service. So we are mentioning .NET book.store.api.dll. So this API already got app settings, which allows it to connect to the database. And that particular app setting happened through keyword references. And those keyword references and that app setting was passed in the ARM template, which I mentioned earlier. So let me just show you that in the Azure portal. I'll go here, I'll refresh so that I see my web apps. I'll go to my books API 02 and I'll go under configurations. And under configurations, let's just give it a few seconds to load. So you see here that there is this application setting with key data store settings underscore underscore SQL Server connection string. I again showed you this in the ARM template, and this has a value. And in this value, you see, even as a developer, if I come in, I cannot see the actual connection string. I don't see the key to my kingdom. I just see the secret URI. And here you see the source is a keyword reference. So even the connection string here is protected from your developers as well. So only the ops needs to know that connection string, and this will be accessed using keyword reference. And so the auto rotation can also happen. So I just have to go ahead and update the connection string in the keyword, and this particular application will be able to pick it up using again that secret URI. And this application is able to get this connection string from the keyword because we created uh, that vault policy which I showed you in the ARM template and also in the diagram. So just for a refresher, this app service has a managed identity which has an access policy which allows it to read the keyword secrets. So under managed identity, you will see that the managed identity should be turned on. Yep, it is turned on. And inside the keyword, I will again show you the access policy present for this app service. So you will see books API 02, it has permission to get, set, and list the secret. So I think the SQL should be deployed by now. It's taking a little bit more time, the SQL for deploying. Let's just give it a little bit more time. That's not an issue. Go to releases. It is currently deploying the database. And then I'll go back to my release pipeline. I showed you how that's happening. It is using the .NET 6 core. I can again give you a refresher of how we actually would get that app settings, just a small refresher for anybody joining late. So if you look at infrastructure, I go to web app, I go to web app Linux. You will see here that under identity section, I had the type as system assigned. So this means that this web app will have a managed identity. And then under app settings, you see I have an app setting with name data store settings underscore underscore SQL Server connection string and a value in which we are using the resource ID and reference functions, which are some functions which ARM templates provide us to actually dynamically create the secret URI. And then we have this access policy created here, the resource of type vault name / access policy. And you can see that here we are giving over secrets it the permission over verbs list, get, and set. Hopefully our server is deployed by now. Awesome. So we were able to deploy a SQL server. So with that, I will also run my release pipeline for my API as well. I'll go ahead, create a release. If I'm sure there is also a pre-deployment condition for this release. So you see here that approval is pending. So somebody from Nikhil or Swami needs to please approve that. Please let me know once you approve it, or I can override it. For demo, I will just override the approval. Approve.
I approved it.
Okay, awesome. So Swami has approved it. So deployment should start in a few moments. So let's just open this release. You see that it has started. And we should be able to see the logs. Meanwhile, I'll also open Postman so that we can see the response from the API. So you see that it is deploying the zip, that the artifact that we had created. Let's give a second for Postman to start.
Apart, can we parallelly deploy the
Uh,
laser wasm?
yeah, we can. Just the thing is, we only have one
Oh, okay.
release.
Okay, got it, got it. The parallelism is only one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. So you see that it was able to pick up that configuration .NET Core 6.6.0, and it knows that the app command line is .NET bookstore app.tll. So let's just give it some time to update this. Meanwhile, the URI for our API is this one. So I'll go to Books API. So currently we are using basic and free tiers. So it takes some time for the application to start. So we will allow it that time. So I'll copy that URI, paste that, and then it goes API slash books. I just have this URL ready. I will wait for the release pipeline to complete and give it a few seconds. So I think that had successfully been done. And it is just updating the deployment history. So this maintaining this deployment history is necessary because you should know who made those deployments, who brought in those breaking changes. So this is complete, and let me hit that URL. Again, as I mentioned, it will take some time to initiate the API because we are using the free tier. So let's just allow it that time. So meanwhile, it is warming up, the application is starting. I will talk a little bit about our web deployment or our release pipeline for the web. So I'll go to pipelines, I'll go to releases, and I'll go here in edit. So I told you that one way of setting those app settings was in the ARM template. So here I want to show you another way of setting up the app settings, which will be as part of our release pipeline task itself. So these tasks you should be familiar by now. We are just building up, we are just picking up the artifact from the CI pipeline. Then here, instead of one task, you should see two tasks. There's a deploy Azure App Service task, and there is a Azure App Service settings. So I'll go here. I am mentioning here that for which app service it is, the name of the app service, and I'm mentioning the slot. And under app setting, you can see that I am setting up an app setting with the name web APIs dash underscore underscore books. And the value is here the URL of the API. So you can see it is the same URL, books API 02.azurewebsites.net and Azure website, books API 02.azurewebsites.net. So this is another way in which you can set up the app settings as part of your build process. We saw it using ARM templates, and we are seeing it in the pipelines. And then this deploy Azure app service is the similar application. The only difference you will see is we don't have that startup command here. So because that was a .NET Core 6 API application, it needed that command to run .NET books API.dll. And because this is a SPY application which directly runs under www, so we don't need to pass that command here. So these are the two tasks which are present in this release pipeline. I will create this release as well. So I'll just create this release here, and let's see if our API is up. So I can see here that my API is up. My API is running and serving. So my front end or my books web application should also able to see this API or interact with it. So let's see, it has started. It is in progress. It is downloading the artifact, and then it will be setting up the app settings. So you see Azure App Service settings. It is setting up that setting. That web API slash book is that. I can show you that in the portal too. Configuration. Let's give it some time to load. So you see that web API books, it has been populated. You see it is that value that we wanted. And I think we are just deploying it, trying to update app service application setting. Updated application setting and to do application settings. Let's just give it a few seconds. Package deployment using zip deploy initiated. So that zip was again the artifact that I showed you earlier on in the CI pipelines. And you see it run from package mix, dub root, read only. So this dub root is the default serving directory. There is also an option to override that, but for now we will just be using the default one to serve our SPA or single page application. So it
This
has
will
successfully
take a
updated.
little bit of time as it has to upload all the DLLs, the plagiarism.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a little bit heavy on the first hit. While whether it is uploading or whether it is downloading, the first hit will be pretty much slower, and once it gets to the client machine, it's all like a desktop app. The
Yep.
place where
So you see we are up, and you see that here we have this in the navigation bar, we have this books button, and using this button we actually hit this API that we had deployed earlier on. So I will go here and I'll go to books, and it is hitting that API, and that API is going ahead and calling the actual database. So here we see all our outputs with proper CSS and tables. So that is how we can set up complete automation for a entire application. You saw that straight from infrastructure, then to the database, then our API element, then our front end element. Everything happened without us going ahead and making any changes to the portal or command line. Everything happens in one go, and everything is set up to have continuous integration and deployment. So I think,
Woohoo! Drum rolls. It's a time for drum rolls. Serious drum rolls. I mean, yeah. Apar, go ahead. I will speak once you're done.
yep, I think that was all I had.
Okay, that was wonderful. If you see that whatever we showcased in this 4 hours is really being done in projects, real time projects in 6 months or 1 year, they do it. So we took a juice out of all those things. We did background work and we showcased the entire demo, and that was real wonderful. I mean, Nikhil and Saurav, you guys are first time speakers.
Yes, Samir.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, so far you too.
Yep, I'm the first time speaker as well.
Now you'll be repeated speaker. Y'all. Okay, that's cool. Really, really enjoyed. Any final thoughts by Apar, Nikhil, or Saurav? Anyone? Any final thoughts on this?
Yep, I think like all the stuff that we did here, everything was very secure, and it all this took motivation from real life projects that we have worked on. So I think hopefully everybody will find something they can actually go ahead and integrate into their own project. So if you guys have any person working into this field, maybe you can go ahead and share this link with them, share this information with them, and if we could help even one person, that would be a really good thing for us.
Exactly.
So we showed the entire project life cycle in 4 hours. So that is great. Yeah.
But there was a lot of work went in behind the scenes. Every day we used to sync up sometime in the morning or in the night. We did work independently, and we did them an entire. It's like our own side project which we worked to showcase this demo. A lot of heavy lifting was done behind the scene, and now it looks cool. Yeah. That's good. And guys, this is not going to stop here. As I was mentioning, there are multiple things which are happening. We are speaking to do a full day .NET episode next month, monthly episode, isn't it? Between B.NET and .NET Learners House, we are doing monthly events. So this next month is yet to be planned, but we, if nothing is there, then we will go ahead with the Blazor, the same extension of this. We have .NET, SQL, and Blazor WASM, and we'll add two more SPA applications. We'll add Angular 13 and React 17x or whatever is latest, and then that's like a full stack with .NET and Angular, .NET and React, and then we'll bring in Mongo and Node Express. So we'll make it like a mean stack, merge stack, and full stack using .NET. So all different stacks we will stack it out to create. I mean, that's also like fully CI/CD, but we will not be able to. I mean, we might not need to discuss all these nitty gritties what we discussed here. That might be a little bit faster. Maybe we will wind up everything in 1.5 hours when we are doing that, because already we have the build pipeline, release pipeline, and we discussed about uh, how we take it from the keywords and all the nitty gritties we discussed here. So that might be faster. And the other one where I already mentioned about the unit test cases, static code analysis, and software composition tool, that's a pretty interesting session. Please don't miss it, because that's where you will learn that why do we need to do that software composition. If not, the fortune, people will lose their fortune. You use it in your project, you sell to someone, and someone sue you and ask to open source your code. Even though you cry your blood tears, but you have to do a open source or remove HDLL overnight, which you can't. So you have to open source your project. So those are very important. And also, just to avoid security issues and other things, we need to do a proper static analysis of the code, that we are not releasing some code with vulnerabilities. Okay, and then we'll come back to the GitHub. So GitHub can be one full day event where we can show all this purely full stack using .NET, and .NET with Angular, .NET with .NET with React, and then mean stack, merge stack, all these four stacks. We can do it everything because we have all the source code. We'll push it back, and we need to bring GitHub actions to do everything. So that will be. So these are the plan for next 4 to 5 months, but we never know what will come in between. Okay, so anything from you, Saurav? Your experience on
Yeah,
this?
I enjoyed a lot. Like
Uh,
it was very good experience deploying the whole application from front end, back end, all the pipelines. Like, that's very good.
yeah, that's real. Nikhil, anything from you, Nikhil?
No, sound very I'm good. Yep, I enjoyed a lot.
Really, we learned a lot also
Yep,
in
learned
this
a lot.
process. Seriously, Apart, I really liked one thing. Apart, I mean, this build pipeline, release pipeline. Even though I started working somewhere in 2017, but the thing which I liked it, I saw this build patches in GitHub, but never implemented in Azure. That's what uh, I learned it new when we are doing preparation for this demo. I really liked to the moment we added this badges. That's what, like a moment of tears of joy for me. Right. So what is your feel on this entire demo? Apart, we did it.
Yep, I think, I mean, this was a long demo, but it was long because it was packed with information. So hopefully we will have a good base and smaller demos for right now, but this large demo is really good for people to consume because this builds up the base for CI/CD. Even
Exactly.
starting from gate using version control end to deployment, it covers everything, and it even covers project management side, the agile side.
True. Entire, as Saurav and Nikhil were mentioning, it's like a complete life cycle. Entire project, we flashed it in 4 hours like this
Yep.
to all the people. Please watch this, and you have all the Twitter tags on the screen. Apar Sharma 39 and Nikhil Grover's number and Saurav Garg's and my this thing, and you have B.NET and .NET Learners House. Anything you have any queries and you want to discuss, we can go ahead. And Ashwin, you asked the question, are you still there? I'm not sure. But can we take it up in the next session, Ashwin. Ashwin is one of the regular audience for both B.NET and .NET Learners House, and is one of the uh, uh, audience who will be always there supporting our events. So it's almost 4 hours. We planned it for 3 hours this entire event, but we could not. Hey, Ashwin is there. So shall we pick up that query, Apar? She is asking about to know about the artifacts. I will start now, and we'll see we can complete in 5 minutes. Ashwin, what exactly you want to learn on that artifacts? Ashwin, Apar will. Shall I flash my screen, Apar, real quick?
Yep, sure.
Okay. Apar, you please pitch in as and when you feel. Okay, don't stop. Please pitch in. I'll just walk in generic and see. Ashwin, you have any specific things? Just please give us a shout. We'll stop there. So if you come here, is my screen visible?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So you see this when we go to this gated belts. So as Apar as totally explained, I will just quickly walk you through this. So that's a gated pipeline. So it's just like a build sources. It doesn't have the physical artifacts. It doesn't have the artifacts. I'm sorry, it's not a physical artifact. It doesn't have the artifacts. But when I go to the CI pipeline, okay, when I go to the CI pipeline, what you will see is you will see this artifacts getting published. So you can see the drop location where we published, and you can see those DAC packs and the SQL server. Everything is there. You can uh, download this, and you can deploy, try different mechanisms. And Apar has already explained how did we do that. So we did this very small. We did it a very small thing. Is we if you go here in the pipeline, you can see that you can see here there is the um, artifact. Like if you see the logs, it will show that where is it is copying, and then you copy the files whatever the sources where it is there. So this is where build source directory and sources bookstore bin release, here is that everything will be there. You copy that to artifact staging folder, and from there you will put it to the drop location. So path wherever the from the release folder you copy to the artifact staging folder, and from artifact staging folder you publish it to the drop location. So we can go ahead and see those logs here. So how do we come to know? Even we don't know. So we will fail fast. We will execute something and then we will fail. Then we'll get deeper into the weeds to find out. Like once we execute this build. So if you come and see the logs, so it is downloading, it downloads the logs, and where is picking. So it's building, it is completed the build. And after that, slowly if you scroll down, so here it says that the copying to the output directory, copy this files to the output directory. Where is that output directory? So it is da whatever it is, it will be in the source so and so project so and so. Here is the one. So how would that knows that? So some of the things we need to go to Microsoft Azure documentation, where it will give you the meaning of what is each and everything. So here we said that the build staging folder. So from that build staging folder, see this from bin release, all these artifacts is getting copied to the staging directory. And from that staging directory, now from that staging directory, you see the difference. So it from this source, it is copying to da1a, and here is that artifacts. So from that location, you see that A1D. From that location, it is putting it to the drop location. And when you go to the release, the first thing what you will do is you will click on this. Okay, that's when it shows that you go to this location, and from where you're picking up this. Again, delete it and again do this one. Just wanted to be save the time, we will conclude here. But if you're okay with this answer, Ashwin, we'll close our call here. And you need anything more, we will definitely pick it up in our monthly next month session. This is the first question, we will address it in the next month. And what you can expect in 2 to 3 months down the line is, we are doing a plan to run a series of architectural series, which will be for 1.5 years. It's still a very early stage to make it public, but still a lot of things is getting planned. And if it is uh, materialized, then you guys will get a lot more purely from the microservices, cloud native, containerized application. It's totally 1.5 years episode. It's not one episode 4 hours and we are done for the day. It's like 1.5 years of blood, sweat, and tears. Uh, Apart, it's like I can call it like a kun ke asu kind of things. It's totally 1.5 years series. It's a big one. We are planning it, but we'll see how it will get materialized. Okay. And I really appreciate Apar, Nikhil, and Saurav for your time, um, taking out your time on Saturday and doing this community service. Really appreciate all of you. So I think we can close the bridge. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Yep.
Thank you,
Thanks.
everyone.
Thank
So
you,
please
everyone.
feel free to reach any one of us on our Twitter handles, or b.net and .NET Learners House. Wherever you want to ping us if you have any queries, we'll see how best we'll be able to answer, or we'll pile up that and answer it in the next month's event. Bye. Have a safe weekend. See you in the next month event. Please subscribe to .NET Learners House channel, and also the GitHub links are there. Please feel free to go grab this code and give it a shot. Bye, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.